Reading people isn't about power, it's about presence. For a long time, many of us have believed that reading people is about being in control, deciphering their motives so we can manipulate or predict their actions. But that approach often leads to tension because it assumes a kind of dominance over others, which rarely feels authentic. When we shift the focus from trying to control to genuinely understanding and connecting, everything changes. Instead of obsessing over their hidden agenda, we start noticing the cues that reveal how someone truly feels, not just how they want us to see them. This isn't about policing their behavior, it's about curiosity fueled by kindness. When we truly aim for connection, the act becomes less about reading someone's mind and more about encountering their genuine self. You might notice a flicker in their eyes, a slight tension in their shoulders, or a change in their tone, clues that are often more telling than words alone. This perspective encourages us to stop chasing certainty and instead embrace the messiness of real human interaction, where understanding is a gradual unfolding rather than a fixed state. Here's what to notice next time. Rather than trying to guess what someone is thinking or planning, pay attention to how they show up. What's consistent and what's suddenly different. Those fluctuations often speak louder than any verbal message. Learning this shift from control to connection starts creating interactions rooted in authenticity, making the whole process feel less like a game and more like a genuine conversation. Building meaningful relationships begins with letting go of the need to interpret every gesture as a clue to manipulate or judge. Instead, it's about welcoming your natural curiosity about their feelings, needs, and perspective, and showing genuine interest. When you look at others with a mindset of compassion rather than suspicion, your observations deepen, and your ability to understand someone grows more intuitive. Instead of rushing to label or analyze what you see, try simply noticing without judgment. For example, if someone's voice tightens or they avoid eye contact, instead of jumping to conclusions like they're lying or they're mad, ask yourself, what might this reveal about how they're feeling in this moment? This level of compassionate observation creates a safer space, allowing others to relax and show their real selves. It also encourages us to become comfortable with ambiguity. Sometimes, the best insight comes from the moments when things don't fit our expectations. The goal is to cultivate a habit of observing with kindness, curiosity, and patience. What you'll discover is that relationships deepen naturally when you approach others with openness rather than suspicion, creating space for true understanding to emerge in small, meaningful ways. Instead of trying to analyze every ounce of a person's behavior, focus on cultivating your awareness of the subtle signs that reveal their emotional state. Notice the slight changes in facial expressions, shifts in posture, or tone of voice. These signals often carry more weight than the words spoken. For instance, someone might say they're fine, but their nervous fidgeting or clipped speech suggests underlying discomfort. Recognizing these discrepancies is a sign of compassionate observation. This awareness helps you respond with empathy rather than assumptions, fostering a flow of genuine communication. Remember, people often reveal their true selves not through grand gestures, but through tiny, almost unconscious cues. The real art is to stay present, not judge or fix, and allow the connection to develop naturally. By doing so, your relationships become less about always being the detective and more about being a compassionate human, attuned to what's happening beneath the surface. Keep this in mind. Next time you're with someone, slow down and pay attention to those small signals. They often tell the most profound stories. When you learn to look, connection becomes natural. Getting really good at understanding people isn't about having some mystical sixth sense, but about training yourself to look. Think of it like developing a muscle, except instead of lifting weights, you're practicing noticing the small, often overlooked signals that others send out. The more you consciously pay attention, whether it's someone's subtle facial expressions, their tone of voice, or even the way they pause, you start to see patterns and clues that most miss. Over time, this awareness becomes automatic, a natural part of your interactions rather than an effortful exercise. The key is consistency. The more you intentionally practice, the quicker those perceptive muscles grow stronger, until someday, it feels almost effortless to pick up on what others might be hiding behind their words or gestures. Think about it as tuning a radio. At first, the signal might be faint or fuzzy, but with patience and focus, you begin to pick up clearer stations. It's the same with perception. You train yourself to listen beyond the words, to catch the tiny shifts in expression or the micro moments that reveal true feelings. A good starting point is simply asking yourself, What am I noticing that others might ignore? When you pay attention to small details, like a twitch of the eye or the way someone leans in or pulls back, you gather a wealth of insights. Before long, these little observations will feel natural, like glancing in a mirror and instantly knowing your reflection perfectly. Practice regularly, be curious about what you see, and don't be discouraged when it feels awkward at first. Every perceptive master was once a beginner. Once you start to see the world through the sharper lens, your relationships, whether with friends, partners, colleagues, or even strangers, begin to change. Instead of reacting solely to what's being said, you start picking up on what's left unsaid. That's often where real connection hides. For example, you might notice a friend's smile doesn't reach their eyes, hinting at underlying stress or sadness they're not openly talking about. Recognizing these subtle cues allows you to respond with more empathy, kindness, and genuine understanding instead of just surface-level banter. It's like having a secret decoder ring. Suddenly, you understand people's moods and needs better without them having to spell everything out. This depth of awareness feeds into authenticity, making your conversations more meaningful and your presence more impactful. As you develop this skill, you'll find that your ability to connect becomes more natural and less forced. You stop trying to fix or solve every issue, and instead just become there for the other person, seeing their real self beneath the words. This results in relationships that feel more real and satisfying because instead of feeling like you're just going through the motions, you're genuinely tuned in. From family dinners to workplace collaborations, the quality of your interactions deepens when you're attuned to the subtle signals that others give off. It's playful, sometimes surprising, and often unpredictable, like discovering a new layer of the human experience every time you pay close enough attention. That's where authentic connection really lives, waiting for you to notice it. Practicing this perceptiveness can be as simple as slowing down and observing without judgment, just seeing what's really happening rather than what you assume should be happening. For instance, when you listen carefully without jumping in with solutions or explanations, you start to notice those tiny moments of hesitation or doubt that reveal the person's true feelings. If you're aware of these, you can respond more thoughtfully, asking a question that invites someone to open up rather than shutting them down. The more you pause to notice these details, the more your interactions become richer and more genuine. Here's a tip. Next time you're in conversation, pay attention to the tiny shifts in body language or tone and ask yourself, what's hidden here? Often, what's unsaid carries the most weight of all. Introduction. The room always tells the truth. That moment when someone says, "I'm fine," and they're clearly not. Picture this. Your friend or even a colleague looks straight at you, forces a smile, and says, "I'm fine." But if you take a moment to really observe their face, their posture, or even their tone, you might notice the subtle signs that tell a completely different story. Maybe their shoulders are tense, their eyes avoid yours, or their voice wavers ever so slightly. These little cues, hardly noticeable at first, are often more telling than the words coming out of their mouth. We've all been there, caught between the scripted phrase and what our instincts are desperately trying to communicate. It's as if words and body language are on different wavelengths, fighting to reveal what people truly feel. In many of these moments, people feel compelled to tell you they are okay, perhaps out of habit, politeness, or a desire to avoid vulnerability. Yet beneath the surface, there's usually a whirl of emotions, stress, sadness, or frustration that they resist showing openly. The phrase "I'm fine," often spoken with a bright tone, can be the human equivalent of a mask, hiding more fragile feelings underneath. If you pay close attention in these instances, you'll notice what I like to call the body's silent scream, small, subconscious behaviors that indicate discomfort or distress. It's almost like watching a silent movie where the dialogue seems innocent, but the expressions and gestures reveal the real plot lurking beneath. Take a moment to remember the last time someone said "I'm fine" when they clearly weren't. Maybe they hurriedly changed the subject or tried to smile through tears, but the tension in their jaw betrayed them. Perhaps they avoided eye contact or fidgeted nervously when saying it. These signs are often like puzzle pieces, hinting that what's being spoken isn't entirely truthful. Recognizing these cues requires a keen eye and a bit of mindfulness. Being genuinely present in the moment helps you pick up on the subtle signals that don't match the words. The more you practice noticing these inconsistencies, the better you'll become at reading between the lines, understanding that sometimes silence or body language says far more than empty reassurances. Words are like a costume that we put on, especially when we're uncomfortable or trying to maintain social harmony. When someone insists they're fine, it's frequently not the whole story. The spoken phrase can be a reflex, delivered out of habit or social expectation, not genuine emotion. Our brains often get caught in a loop where telling the truth feels risky or inconvenient. Meanwhile, the body, an honest messenger, continues to reveal what's truly going on beneath the surface. For example, trembling hands, clenched fists, or a tight jaw can all indicate suppressed emotions or internal struggles. These are involuntary actions, so while a person might be consciously trying to appear composed, their body is still confiding in us, quietly revealing unspoken feelings. What makes this discrepancy between words and body especially fascinating is that it can be very subtle. A person might say I'm fine with a smile, but their eyes might reflect sadness or fatigue. Or perhaps their shoulders are slumped, signaling exhaustion or resignation. Recognizing this discrepancy is not about catching someone out, but understanding that human communication is layered. Words can sometimes act as a shield, shielding the person from vulnerability, while the body unconsciously leaks their true state. When we learn to decode these cues, we become better at grasping what's really happening behind those words. This skill isn't about judgment but compassion, giving space for authentic feelings instead of settling for superficial answers. Here's a helpful tip. Next time someone says I'm fine, pay attention not just to what they say, but how they say it. Notice their facial expressions, gestures, and tone of voice. Do they seem genuine, or are their actions contradicting their words? This awareness isn't about nitpicking, but developing a more honest understanding of the people around us. Over time, you'll start to see the small signs that tell a different story, signs you might have otherwise missed, that could open the door for deeper conversations or simply offer you a better sense of human complexity. Why most people aren't hard to read. We're just not taught how to look. Ever notice how many believe other people are like puzzles designed to be unsolvable? We often think some individuals carry mysterious, unreadable qualities that keep them tucked away behind layers of ambiguity. But here's the truth. Most human behavior is rooted in simple cues and signals. We tend to view others as enigmatic because, frankly, we haven't been taught how to notice their signals. And that's the real mystery. Think of it like walking into your favorite cafe, watching a couple argue, and assuming they're just difficult or secretive, when in reality, they're probably just giving off subtle signs of frustration or disconnection. Once you recognize that what seems like mystery is just unawareness of signals, it changes the game entirely. You stop assuming others are enigmas and start understanding that most people are giving clues about how they feel, what they want, or what they need. They're just not shouting those clues from the rooftops. Many of us have been fooled into thinking that certain folks are impossible to read because we're conditioned to see communication as something loud, obvious, or dramatic. The media bombards us with stories of secretive spies or master manipulators who hide their true intentions behind silence and subtle misdirection. But in everyday life, most of us are pretty transparent, if only we knew what to look for. We miss the signs simply because we weren't shown how to identify them. If you think about it, humans aren't actually that complicated. We're just creatures that communicate with a blend of words, facial expressions, body language, and tone. The puzzle isn't people being tricky by nature. It's that our brains are wired to ignore the signals that don't fit the quick, easy mystery narrative. When you start spotting these signals and recognizing that they carry meaning, you realize people aren't as mysterious as we often make them out to be. Once you accept that most people are not inherently mysterious, the next step is realizing that decoding their signals is a skill. Like any skill, it becomes sharper with practice and deliberate focus. Observational skills are not about spying on others or scrutinizing every tiny movement. They're about tuning into the casual, often overlooked cues that reveal what someone is really feeling or thinking. For example, a slight tightening of the jaw, a shift in posture, or a quick glance away can tell you more than 100 words. The good news is, these signals are everywhere. Waitresses, coworkers, friends, even strangers in a hurry at the grocery store all send silent messages. Developing the ability to notice these cues requires paying attention deliberately, without judgment or assumptions. It's like learning a new language. The more words and gestures you recognize, the more you understand the speaker's true message. Training your observational skills involves small, consistent steps. Start by focusing on one aspect of communication at a time. For example, today, just pay attention to people's facial expressions. Are they smiling genuinely or forcing a polite grin? Then notice body language. Are they leaning forward, which indicates interest, or leaning away, suggesting discomfort? Over time, you'll begin to see patterns. For instance, when someone's tone goes from light to tense, or their posture changes subtly, those are clues that something is shifting beneath the surface. The key is to observe without jumping to conclusions. Instead, treat signs as hints that need confirmation. When you learn to read these signals accurately, you no longer have to guess or rely on assumptions. You develop a kind of effortless radar, an intuitive sense of what's really happening behind someone's words and actions. Understanding human signals isn't about perfect decoding every time. It's about building a toolkit of observations that improve your overall understanding of others. Think of it as assembling a map to navigate social interactions instead of wandering blindly through interpretive fog. By sharpening your awareness of cues like microexpressions, eye movements, or subtle shifts in breathing, you create a richer, more accurate picture of what's truly going on. This awareness can prevent misunderstandings, help you respond more appropriately, and even foster more genuine connections. Remember, people tend to reveal more than they realize, often unintentionally. Your job here isn't to become suspicious or overly analytical, but to notice with curiosity and without judgment. That curiosity is the first step toward becoming better at reading others, not as mysteries, but as individuals revealing themselves in small, meaningful ways. So, next time you're in a conversation or observing a social setting, try to notice one new cue, a fleeting expression, a change in posture, a pause in speech. Hold that observation silently, then consider what it might mean. This simple habit builds awareness over time and ultimately shifts how you interpret not just others, but yourself as well. Because once you realize signals are everywhere, you start to see that decoding human behavior isn't about some secret code. It's about tuning into the everyday language we all speak, often without realizing it. What this book is a field guide to human clarity, and what it's not, a manipulation manual. What sets this book apart from countless others claiming to teach you the secret to reading people is its focus on authenticity. This isn't about learning cunning tricks to manipulate someone or reveal hidden motives to gain an upper hand. Instead, it's about tuning into real human signals, those subtle cues that reveal what someone genuinely feels or thinks beyond their words. Think of it as sharpening your intuition rather than mastering deception techniques that often backfire when used in real life. When your goal is true understanding, there's less room for misjudgments caused by misreading cues or falling into the trap of assuming people always say what they mean. It's about building genuine connections rather than clever games, which means trusting yourself to decipher reality without resorting to manipulation or mind tricks. Many popular methods claim to unlock the secrets of others' minds, but most of them rely on assumptions or superficial reading. They hinge on spotting a nervous tick, a flickering eye, or a certain tone of voice, all without understanding the context or the person's internal state. This can lead to misinterpretations that cause more harm than good. True understanding involves paying attention to what's unsaid, things like body language, pauses, or mismatched emotions. These signals are often more honest than words, which can be carefully crafted or masked. Recognizing this distinction helps you avoid falling for surface-level cues that could be misleading or manipulated. It's about hearing the stories people tell through their behavior without jumping to conclusions based solely on what's loudest or easiest to see. Ultimately, this approach is about respecting the complexity of human behavior. It recognizes that people are not puzzles to be cracked with clever tricks, but rather stories in progress, full of contradictions and nuances. Jumping to conclusions or trying to decode someone with quick, superficial methods often leads to misunderstandings. Instead, cultivating genuine curiosity about how others feel and why they act a certain way helps you move beyond surface impressions and into true understanding. This process isn't about catching someone out or winning a game. It's about seeing human beings for who they are, layered and imperfect, just like you. Most of us have picked up a notion somewhere that reading people is a way to control situations, to predict, manipulate, or steer others in a direction that benefits us. That's a misunderstanding. Real skill in human perception isn't about control, it's about connection. When you aim to understand others, you're not trying to manipulate their choices. You're trying to see the world through their eyes, to hear what they're truly saying beneath their words, and to grasp what matters to them. This kind of reading requires patience, and patience often feels like a slow, awkward process, especially in a culture that celebrates instant results or quick wins. But building trust or fostering meaningful communication depends on this deeper understanding, which can't be forced or rushed. Expectations come into play here. If you go into conversations hoping to pinpoint a specific truth or to decode every move someone makes, you're likely to end up frustrated. Instead, recognize that reading people is a gradual process rooted in empathy. It's about noticing patterns, understanding context, and accepting that you may not always get it right the first time. Even the most skilled human detectors sometimes misread signals because people are complex and unpredictable. So, let go of the idea that you can ever fully control or predict someone. Focus on expanding your own capacity to listen, observe, and ask thoughtful questions. This creates space for genuine openness and allows the real story, what someone actually experiences, to emerge naturally. Think of it this way. You're not trying to solve a puzzle, but to understand a living, breathing person. That understanding won't always be neat or instant. It's messy, filled with ambiguities, and sometimes uncomfortable, but it's also infinitely more rewarding. When your goal is empathy rather than control, your interactions become more authentic, more human. In the end, that's what true reading is, seeing clearly without the need to manipulate or dominate, and accepting that understanding unfolds over time, built on respect and patience rather than tricks or shortcuts. Next time you find yourself attempting to gauge someone's motives or feelings, pause and reflect on your expectations. Ask yourself if your goal is to connect or to control. Chances are, shifting your focus from getting it right to being present will unlock insights that aren't immediately visible but are deeper and more meaningful. Remember, human interaction is less like solving a puzzle and more like tuning into a complex symphony. The more attuned you are to the subtle notes, be they words unsaid, body language, or emotional shifts, the better your understanding will become, naturally and authentically. Why reading people isn't cold, it's the heart of connection. Think about the last time you really felt heard. Maybe it was during a quiet moment with a friend who didn't interrupt, didn't fix your problem, just listened. That type of listening, often called perceptive or active listening, has an almost magnetic effect. It creates a space where people feel safe to open up, revealing more of their true selves. When you tune in deeply to their tone, their pauses, even what they choose not to say, you start to see a more complete picture of who they are. Instead of pushing someone away with quick judgments or surface-level reactions, perceptive listening pulls you closer, building trust and connection. It's easy to fall into a trap, especially in a busy world where everyone seems desperate to be heard or to fix something. But genuine understanding is different from simply waiting for your turn to speak or jumping to conclusions based on a single statement. When you focus on really hearing another person, you're showing them they matter. This process often involves noticing small cues, like a slight tremor in their voice, a nervous laugh, or a sudden shift in body language, that hint at deeper feelings or unspoken thoughts. These tiny details act like clues, guiding you into a more empathetic understanding rather than a superficial one. By practicing perceptive listening, you're not just hearing words, you're tuning into a person's emotional vibration. The beauty of this kind of connection is that it often transforms the relationship. People come away feeling genuinely understood, which can turn a simple exchange into a meaningful bond. When someone feels heard, they're less likely to feel alone, misunderstood, or defensive. Instead, they often reciprocate with openness, creating a conversation that flows rather than stalls. Listening this way also allows you to relate more authentically, rather than relying on canned responses or superficial politeness. The more you practice in everyday situations, whether with friends, family, or even colleagues, the more natural it becomes to connect through perception rather than just words. Many people associate reading others with judging or making assumptions about their character. There's a common belief that noticing someone's discomfort, frustration, or vulnerability means you're being critical or overly scrutinizing. But the truth is, reading people isn't about labeling or criticizing. It's about being genuinely present and caring enough to see more than what's on the surface. This kind of awareness isn't about judging a person's worth or defining them based on a fleeting emotion. Instead, it's about acknowledging what's happening with kindness and curiosity, giving space for the other person's full experience. When you approach this with genuine care, it shifts from being an act of scrutiny to an act of connection. If you ever feel like reading someone makes you overly suspicious or quick to judge, ask yourself whether you're aiming to understand or to judge. True perceptive awareness involves suspending assumptions and simply noticing. For example, you might see someone snapping at a colleague and think, wow, they're having a bad day, rather than jumping to conclusions like they're a rude person. Recognizing emotions is different from labeling someone as difficult. It's about seeing their current state and understanding that often, what's happening underneath is more about them than it is about you. This mindset fosters compassion and patience instead of creating distance or walls. Reminding yourself that being present and perceptive is an act of kindness helps counteract the myth that reading others is inherently judgmental. In fact, the more you listen and observe without prejudice, the more empathetic your interactions become. When you approach others with curiosity and care, you build bridges rather than walls. You'll notice that people tend to relax more around you, sensing that your attention isn't about criticism but about connection. So next time you catch yourself reading someone's mood or reactions, see it as an act of compassion, not a form of judgment, and you might find that relationships deepen naturally because of it. Start practicing this awareness today by simply pausing before reacting, noticing what you feel or sense in others without immediately assigning labels. Try to see beyond words, to their energy, posture, or subtle cues, and ask yourself, what might they really need right now? This small shift can transform your entire approach to communication from reactive to nourishing. Over time, you'll see that reading people with genuine presence is less about judgment and more about offering kindness and understanding, creating stronger, more authentic connections. Chapter 1. The Lost Skill of Noticing. Why most people misread social cues. Ever noticed how sometimes you feel certain someone's upset when they're actually just tired or distracted? That's a classic example of how our minds tend to see what we want or expect to see, rather than what's truly there. This tendency is rooted in a habit called confirmation bias. We have this default setting to interpret ambiguous cues in a way that fits our existing beliefs or desires. So, if we're already convinced that someone is mad at us, we might interpret their neutral expression as anger, even if they're just zoning out. It's like walking around with tinted glasses. You see the world through a filter that colors everything to match your assumptions. Sometimes, this leads us to miss the real message behind the social cues. Think about a situation where a person responds with a quick, distracted reply. We might jump to the conclusion that they're annoyed or uninterested, but maybe they're just overwhelmed or preoccupied. Our minds tend to fill in gaps with what feels convenient or familiar, which often means ignoring the actual context. The key thing to realize is that our perceptions are rarely objective. They're shaped by what we want to see, not what's genuinely present. Becoming aware of this bias is the first step toward seeing the truth more clearly. Next time, instead of rushing to conclusions based on a single glance or a brief comment, try holding back your assumptions. Ask yourself, could there be another explanation? And consider alternative scenarios. Is the person really upset, or are they just having a bad day? Sometimes pausing and reflecting can reveal that our expectations are clouding our judgment. Notice your own immediate reactions and ask whether they're based on fact or just a story your mind is telling you. Over time, this little habit can dramatically improve your ability to interpret social cues accurately and respond more thoughtfully. Most of us aren't aware of how easily our focus gets hijacked by external distractions, making it harder to pick up on subtle social signals. You might be in a conversation while scrolling through your phone or listening with half your ear, and suddenly, that moment when someone hints at their true feelings slips right past you. Distractions fragment our attention, causing us to miss important cues, like a slight hesitation, an unspoken emotion, or a shift in tone. Our brains tend to fill in gaps with assumptions, often based on past experiences or general beliefs about the situation, rather than what's actually happening in the moment. At the same time, assumptions play a significant role in skewing our perception. We tend to interpret others' actions through a lens shaped by stereotypes or previous encounters. For instance, if you've been hurt before by someone who dismissed your feelings, you might automatically assume similar dismissiveness from others, even if they're genuinely trying to be kind. This mental shortcut can lead us down the wrong path, causing misunderstandings or unnecessary conflicts. Instead of seeing the full picture, our minds project narratives that fit our existing biases. This isn't deliberate, it's just how our brains are wired to make sense of a complex, often ambiguous social world. To counteract this, it helps to slow down your thinking and minimize distractions when interpreting social cues. Practice being fully present in conversations. Put your phone away, listen with intent, and pay attention to body language, tone, and unspoken signals. When feeling suspicious or confused, remind yourself that assumptions are just stories your mind writes to fill in blanks. Challenge those stories by seeking clarification or observing other cues. For example, if someone's words seem at odds with their body language, notice that dissonance and ask yourself what might be driving it. Over time, sharpening your awareness of distractions and assumptions can profoundly enhance your ability to perceive social signals more accurately. Next time you find yourself jumping to conclusions or feeling distracted in a conversation, pause and recenter. Take a deep breath, refocus your attention on the other person, and consider whether your interpretation is based on facts or just your mental stories. By doing this consistently, you'll develop a clearer view of social interactions and reduce misunderstandings that often stem from our own mental filters. The difference between seeing and observing. Imagine you're walking through a crowded park. You might see dozens of faces, trees, dogs, and children playing, but your brain often filters out most of what you passively perceive. Seeing in this sense is a mostly automatic, subconscious process. Your eyes gather data, but your mind doesn't necessarily process or interpret what's in front of you. It's like watching a movie without really paying attention to the details. The problem is, this kind of passive seeing doesn't do much to deepen your understanding or sharpen your perception. It's just the background noise of daily life. True observation, on the other hand, shifts your role from a passive spectator to an active participant. When you choose to observe intentionally, you're making a conscious effort to notice not only what's there, but also what's often overlooked or buried beneath the surface. You start asking questions, paying attention to the little things, like the subtle change in someone's posture or the faint smell of rain on warm pavement. This shift demands effort because it goes against the natural tendency to scan environments superficially. The difference lies in your mental approach. Passively seeing is about consumption. Actively observing is about engagement. When you observe purposefully, you become a detective, piecing together clues that others might overlook, and you feed your curiosity rather than dismiss it. It's about moving from mere perception to deliberate focus, which opens up a richer understanding of your surroundings, whether in social situations, nature, or even during everyday routines. So, next time you find yourself just glancing around, try to switch gears, make a decision to look deeper, to really see. That's where true insight begins. Observing requires a deliberate mental effort that turns your peripheral vision into a focused tool. When you set your intention to observe, you're actively choosing to notice nuances, tiny gestures, shifts in tone, color variations, or unexpected sounds that usually fade into the background. This is not about obsessively scrutinizing everything, but about enhancing your awareness of what is relevant or significant in a given moment. Think back to a conversation you've had with someone who seemed very present, listening intently, catching the subtleties behind their words. That's the power of active observation. It involves slowing down your mental pace and resisting the urge to jump to conclusions or to interpret before you fully process what you're noticing. Instead, you just observe, allowing details to surface without assigning immediate meaning. Over time, this practice gradually enlarges your perceptual aperture, making it easier to pick up on cues others miss and to grasp underlying emotions or tensions that are not explicitly expressed. This mindful attention develops your ability to be truly present, which can transform how you connect with others, respond to situations, and even reflect on your own perceptions. Remember, observation isn't a skill reserved for detectives or artists. It's something you can cultivate daily in small ways to become more aware and perceptive. The key to sharpening your focus lies in consistently practicing certain habits. Start by choosing moments in your daily routine where you can deliberately pay close attention, whether it's while you're waiting in line, during a walk, or in a conversation. Instead of letting your mind wander or multitasking, gently remind yourself to really notice. Pay attention to the details in your environment, the little cues in body language, or the subtlest shifts in your surroundings. Over time, you may notice how your awareness begins to extend beyond the obvious, revealing layers previously hidden. It's useful to ask yourself questions like, what's happening right now that I might normally miss? Are there emotions behind what I see or hear that aren't immediately loud? Are there contradictions or inconsistencies that tell a story? Developing this habit transforms observation into second nature, and you'll find yourself noticing things you'd never have encountered through passive seeing alone. The outcome of this practice is a more genuine understanding of the world around you, making your reactions and decisions sharper. The small but constant effort to focus intentionally reshapes your perception, turning an average glance into a meaningful encounter with reality. Remember, observation is less about adding more things to your mental load and more about training your brain to filter with care and purpose. A coffee shop interaction decoded. Imagine sitting across from someone at a cozy coffee shop, their words easy and friendly, but something feels just a little off. Maybe they're smiling, but their eyes seem distant. Perhaps they lean slightly away when you mention a topic that's personal. These tiny signals, often unnoticed unless you're paying close attention, can actually reveal quite a bit about how someone truly feels, sometimes even contradicting what they're saying. It's like a silent language, silent but loud if you know what cues to look for. Body language is often more honest than words because it's less filtered, more instinctive. It reveals hidden emotions hiding beneath calm words or polite gestures. Let's take a moment to imagine a specific scene. You notice your friend's foot tapping uncontrollably while they're talking about a new job opportunity. The words they say are enthusiastic, but that restless foot might suggest impatience or discomfort. Or perhaps someone says they're excited about a plan, yet their shoulders are slumped and their arms are crossed, signaling hesitation or skepticism. Recognizing these small discrepancies, what's spoken versus what's conveyed through posture and gestures, can help you understand unspoken feelings. This skill is especially useful in conversations where people might be masking their true emotions, whether out of politeness, fear, or uncertainty. When you start paying attention to these cues, you see a richer, more truthful version of human interaction unfolding right in front of you. Decoding these signals requires a bit of practice because body language can be subtle. For example, someone's eyes darting away might indicate discomfort or lying, even if their words are convincing. A person leaning forward typically shows interest and engagement, while leaning back might imply defensiveness or disinterest. Facial expressions are equally revealing. Smiles that don't reach the eyes suggest fake happiness or nervousness. It's easy to misinterpret, but by noting patterns over several moments, you can gain insight into what someone might be feeling beneath their surface. Remember, context matters tremendously. A person crossing their arms on a chilly day is different from someone doing it out of emotional distance. The trick is to observe these cues as part of a larger picture, not in isolation. Building the ability to notice these subtle signals takes intentional practice, but it's a skill anyone can develop. Start by tuning into your own body. When you're in conversation, ask yourself what your body language is saying. Are your shoulders relaxed, your posture open, or are you crossing your arms out of habit? Then, shift your focus outward. When you observe someone speaking, look beyond their words. Pay attention to their face, hands, legs, and overall posture. The goal isn't to become a body language detective overnight, but to develop a habit of noticing changes or inconsistencies. For instance, if someone says they're fine but their voice wavers, or their face tightens at certain words, these might be clues to unspoken feelings or reservations. Practice by observing people in everyday situations, at a coffee shop, in meetings on the street, and ask yourself what their body might be communicating. Do they seem interested, distracted, nervous, or defensive? Over time, this awareness will become almost automatic. You'll start noticing patterns. When someone is genuinely happy, they tend to relax and their whole face lights up. When they're upset, their jaw might clench or their gaze might dart away. Remember, body language is often unconscious, so you're catching glimpses of real emotion that people may not even realize they're revealing. The key is to be respectful and non-judgmental. Seeing these cues is not about diagnosing or judging, but about understanding what is happening beneath the surface. Finally, the real power lies in your ability to connect these small cues with context. If someone avoids eye contact when discussing a certain topic, it might indicate discomfort or shame. If they lean in during a conversation about shared interests, they may be genuinely engaged. But keep in mind, individual differences exist. Some people naturally have closed body language, while others are more expressive. That's why it's essential to observe patterns over time and across different interactions. When you cultivate this habit, you'll find that your conversations become richer, more authentic, and you gain a better grasp of what those around you are feeling without them having to say it out loud. This kind of mindfulness can transform simple chats into meaningful exchanges, helping you connect on a deeper level. Practice the 2-minute look without staring like a weirdo. Imagine walking into a coffee shop, grabbing your drink, and as you settle into your seat, you subtly glance around. Instead of staring openly like you've got a secret, your goal is to take in the scene without drawing attention. For just a couple of minutes, challenge yourself to notice the small details. The way that barista moves, the way people shift in their chairs, or even the faint scent of roasted beans lingering in the air. It's about sharpening your ability to pick up on nuances without making your observations obvious or creepy. This practice can become a quiet habit that turns everyday moments into opportunities for better understanding social cues and unspoken feelings. Over time, these quick looks can help you become more attuned to things others might miss, giving you a richer picture of situations and people's moods, all without them noticing they're being observed. Now let's talk about integrating this into your daily routine without turning into that person who seems to be constantly scrutinizing. The key is to keep your observation natural and unforced. If you're in a meeting, instead of staring blankly at your notes or your phone, take that brief moment to really see how others are reacting. Are they leaning in, crossing their arms, or glancing at their watches? When you're waiting in line or standing near someone, tune into subtle things like facial expressions, posture, or even the rhythm of their breathing. All of this can be done casually, almost like a mental checklist that becomes automatic with practice. If you're worried about making others uncomfortable, remember that most people are so caught up in their own world that they hardly notice someone else's glance. Your job is to keep it brief, respectful, and focused on what's happening around you rather than on judging or analyzing individuals. It's about developing a kind of silent awareness, like a radar, that subtly enhances your social intuition without revealing your focus. Practicing these quick observations consistently creates a kind of mental muscle memory. For example, in the supermarket, instead of looking at your list repeatedly, try noticing the small cues around you. How someone places items on the conveyor, the way a worker gestures to a customer, or even the expression of a person waiting in line. Over time, you'll notice patterns, people's habits, emotional states, or even their priorities, without needing a deep dive into their lives. This isn't about spying. It's about tuning into context and gaining a richer understanding of social environments with minimal effort. The biggest benefit of this practice is that it trains you to be present, observant, and less reactive. It shifts your perspective from rushing through routines to really engaging with your surroundings, often revealing what words or superficial conversations hide beneath the surface. The more you incorporate this habit, the more it becomes second nature, and you'll find yourself understanding others more intuitively, often before they even realize it. Chapter 2. The face speaks first. Microexpressions, the flashes of truth we ignore. Have you ever caught a glance, a tiny twitch around someone's eye, or a quick tighten of the lips, and thought to yourself, was that just a flicker, or is there more to it? These split-second cues are what we call microexpressions, brief flashes of genuine emotion that escape our everyday awareness. They're like the honesty bursts in a crowded room full of noise, revealing what someone truly feels beneath the surface. These expressions happen so fast, often lasting just a fraction of a second, that they seem almost invisible at first glance. But with a sharper eye, you start noticing how our faces leak feelings no matter how hard we try to hide them. Imagine you're in a meeting, and a colleague suddenly scowls for a split second while someone pitches an idea. That quick frown might mean disagreement, disappointment, or even a concealed insult. If you miss it, you might assume everything's fine, but paying attention to these small signs can give you a much clearer picture of what's really going on underneath the surface. Microexpressions are like the blink and you miss it moments that, if caught, can tell you more about someone's true feelings than hours of conversation or their carefully chosen words. They're especially useful because they bypass our social masks, those polite facades we wear, and tap into authentic emotional responses. Understanding what these tiny expressions look like isn't just a quirk for spies or psychologists. It's a skill you can develop, which can significantly improve your interactions, whether in personal relationships, negotiations, or simply trying to figure out if someone's being sincere. To really start noticing them, you'll need to become more observant of facial muscles, tiny eye movements, and fleeting changes in the mouth. It's often the case that we're so distracted or in a rush that we overlook such subtle cues. But once you start tuning into these micro moments, the effort pays off. You'll discover that many of our raw emotions are hiding just beneath the surface, waiting for someone with a keen eye to spot them. One of the biggest challenges with microexpressions is their speed. They simply go by too fast for our conscious mind to catch naturally. Unlike a full-blown smile or a frown that lingers for seconds, microexpressions typically last for 1/5 to 1/2 of a second. That's faster than most of us can consciously process, which is why we often miss them entirely. Our brains are wired to filter out these fleeting signals because they seem trivial amid the flood of sensory information we experience every day. Often, we're too busy listening to what someone says or judging their words instead of paying attention to their face, which is always subtly communicating something else. Without proper training or focus, these quick cues are like trying to catch a fleeting star in the sky. Impossible unless you know exactly where and when to look. Our natural tendency is to fill in the gaps with assumptions based on context or verbal cues, which can lead us to overlook the truth written in tiny facial movements. For instance, someone may say they're happy, but a microexpression might betray a flicker of anger or sadness if they're hiding their true feelings. Recognizing that most people are unaware of how fast these signals occur makes it clear why we often miss out on crucial emotional insights. It's only through conscious effort and practice that we can slowly train ourselves to catch these rapid displays. Fortunately, microexpression recognition isn't some superhuman skill, it's a learned ability. It involves training your eyes to spot subtle changes in facial muscles triggered by genuine emotion. The key is to slow down your perception and become more sensitive to tiny shifts, like noticing a sudden tightening around the eyes, a quick curl of the lip, or a brief rise of the eyebrows. These signs, although quick, are incredibly revealing once you start noticing them. Think of it as learning a new language of emotion. Once you understand its alphabet, you begin reading feelings that are otherwise hidden behind a quick burning flicker. The good news is that with practice, what once went unnoticed becomes clear and meaningful, giving you the upper hand in reading others' true states of mind. What a forced smile really looks like. Ever noticed how some smiles seem genuinely warm, effortlessly reaching the eyes, while others feel practiced, stiff, or just a little too perfect? That's because not all smiles are created equal. Genuine happiness sparks something in our eyes. Tiny muscles around them contract, creating crow's feet or a sparkle that's hard to fake. When someone is truly happy, their whole face tends to light up, radiating and lifting other people along with it. On the flip side, a polite or forced smile often feels disconnected from true emotion, existing more as a social handshake than a reflection of genuine feeling. Many of us have grown up hearing that a smile is a universally friendly gesture, but it turns out it's much more nuanced. Someone might smile politely in a social setting to avoid awkwardness, hide discomfort, or simply follow unwritten rules of politeness. These smiles usually involve only the mouth, with the rest of the face remaining neutral or tense. You can often tell because the muscles around the eyes stay still, no crinkling or happy eyes. Recognizing this difference can be eye-opening. It's like shifting your focus from the surface to what's happening underneath. Here's a simple way to start noticing whether a smile is authentic or not. Pay attention to the eyes. Real smiles tend to involve a genuine engagement of the eye muscles, creating crow's feet and a softness that's hard to replicate. Polite smiles, by contrast, are often limited to the mouth, with the eyes remaining expressionless or slightly tense. When you see someone giving a smile that seems too perfect or doesn't quite reach their eyes, it's worth wondering if they're truly feeling joy or just trying to be courteous. This small observation can reveal a lot about the emotional truth behind the facial expression. The key takeaway is that the difference often lies in the muscles used and the overall energy a person projects. Authentic smiles feel warm, spontaneous, and envelop the entire face. Polite or forced smiles tend to be more superficial, mouth only, often accompanied by a nervous or stiff posture. Over time, with practice, you can become more skilled at catching this distinction. It helps to slow down and truly look at the face as a whole, rather than just the smile itself. Have you ever been in a situation where someone is smiling politely, but beneath that smile, you can sense tension or discomfort? That's a common clue that the smile isn't quite genuine. The face can betray emotions in subtle ways. The muscles around the mouth may tighten or twitch, and the eyes might look away or dart around as if seeking an escape hatch. A person trying to hide negative feelings behind a forced smile often displays signs like clenched jaws, stiff posture, or quick, shallow breaths that don't match the relaxed appearance they want to project. We often miss these signals because we're conditioned to interpret smiling as always positive or friendly. But in reality, humans are pretty good at concealing discomfort, often through small tells, microexpressions, that last just a fraction of a second. For example, an insincere smile might be overextended, with lips stretching wider than comfortable or held in place longer than natural. Sometimes you might notice a slight twitch or a flicker of something else in the eyes, like a brief narrowing or a fleeting look away, that indicates a breach of genuine emotion. Another classic sign is when the smile doesn't align with true happiness or engagement. Someone might say they're fine or happy, but their eyes tell a different story. They may look tired, distracted, or uneasy. You can also notice if the overall facial expression feels off or inconsistent. For instance, the smile might appear too quick or too stiff, as if the person is hurriedly trying to move through a social script without really feeling it. Recognizing these signs takes practice and patience, mainly because people often mask their true feelings quite effectively. To spot discomfort or insincerity, it's useful to pay attention to the entire facial region, not just the mouth. Look for signs like muscle tension, eye squints, or inconsistent gestures. Sometimes, the eyebrows might lift oddly, or there's a brief hesitation before a smile appears. These micromovements can be dead giveaways. Also, observe the body language. Crossed arms, leaning away, or avoidance of eye contact can reinforce the sense that the person is masking their real feelings. These clues, when combined, can help piece together whether someone is truly at ease or merely pretending. The practical tip here is to slow down and give yourself permission to observe beyond the obvious. When you notice a smile that doesn't quite sit right, consider the context and look for these microsignals. Over time, you'll develop a sharper instinct for reading the subtle cues that betray insincerity, helping you to navigate social interactions with a touch more honesty and clarity. Remember, most people aren't trying to deceive intentionally, they're just masking discomfort, often out of politeness or a desire to avoid conflict. Recognizing that makes it easier to respond compassionately or to decide whether to gently probe deeper. The emotion triangle, eyes, brows, mouth. When you want to understand someone's true emotion, you often have to look beyond their words. The face is packed with signals, tiny movements, shifts, and expressions that betray what someone might be feeling even if they're trying to hide it. Each part of the face holds clues, the eyes, eyebrows, and mouth. It's tempting to think of these features as static, but they're actually incredibly expressive. They flicker and change in response to our feelings in real time. For instance, a person might say they're fine, but their eyes might dart away or their lips tighten, giving a different story altogether. Each facial component works somewhat independently, but also plays off the others to form a full picture. The eyes, often called the windows to the soul, are especially revealing. They can sparkle with joy or cloud with sadness without saying a word. Brows are like an emotional barometer, raising in surprise or narrowing in suspicion. The mouth, meanwhile, can be a sign of happiness or discomfort, but it can also mask feelings with a neutral expression, making it tricky to read if you don't know what to look for. Recognizing these features as a combination, rather than in isolation, provides a more accurate read of what someone is experiencing internally. To truly get what someone is feeling, you need not only to notice the obvious changes, but also those tiny, often subconscious cues. The eyes, for example, might flutter or widen slightly, signaling surprise or fear. Sometimes, the pupils dilate when someone is excited or anxious. The blinking rate can also increase or decrease depending on their emotional state. When people are being truthful, their eye contact tends to be more natural, but in discomfort or uncertainty, the gaze may dart around or become overly fixated, as if searching for an escape route. The eyebrows are a fantastic indicator of curiosity, confusion, or suspicion. Raised eyebrows often suggest surprise or interest, while furrowed brows tend to reveal concentration, anger, or skepticism. Subtle movements like a single eyebrow twitch or a slight lift can be overlooked if you're not paying close attention, yet they carry meaningful information. The mouth can be deceptively complex. A genuine smile involves the muscles around the eyes, known as Duchenne muscles, creating crow's feet, not just the upward turn of the lips. A fake smile, on the other hand, isolates the movement to the mouth alone, lacking the eye involvement. Being able to distinguish these small but telling cues requires patience and a bit of practice. It's about training your eyes to notice the nuances, the slight twitch of a lip, the quick blink, the flicker in someone's gaze. These clues, when combined, reveal a more authentic view of their true feelings. For example, someone might say they're fine, but if their eyebrows remain furrowed and their lips pressed tightly together, you're probably looking at stress or discomfort despite the words. The key is to be observant enough to see these patterns and interpret them in context, rather than jumping to conclusions based solely on what's being said. Next time you're in a conversation, slow down and focus on these facial features, noticing not just what's being said, but also what's being communicated silently through their face. If you observe a person's eyes dart away when discussing certain topics, it might indicate discomfort or dishonesty. A slight tightening of the jaw can be a sign of frustration or anger, even if they claim everything is okay. By paying close attention to these details, you get closer to understanding their genuine feelings, rather than just the version they're willing to share aloud. Practice, the silent interview game, watching TV on mute. Watching TV on mute might seem like a strange way to sharpen your communication skills, but it's actually a fantastic exercise in picking up unspoken cues. Have you ever noticed how much we rely on tone of voice, facial expressions, and body language to understand others? When you turn the sound off, you're forced to focus solely on visual signals, like a character's clenched fists, nervous glances, or a forced smile that doesn't quite reach their eyes. These silent moments carry a lot of emotional weight once you start paying close attention. People often underestimate just how much can be conveyed without words. Think about a scene where two characters exchange a quick glance instead of talking. The look can scream disappointment, suspicion, or even affection. Interpreting these scenes requires tuning into subtle microexpressions, tiny facial movements that reveal true feelings. For example, a quick twitch of a brow may hint at confusion or disbelief, while a tightened jaw could signal anger or frustration. It's like becoming a detective, piecing together clues from facial movements, posture, and gestures. This exercise taps into your observational skills. The goal isn't just to identify what's happening on screen, but to feel what the characters might be experiencing beneath the surface. As you watch muted scenes, ask yourself questions. Does that sigh indicate relief or regret? Is that a smirk of sarcasm or genuine happiness? Over time, this shifts your focus from surface-level reactions to the deeper, often hidden, emotional currents beneath. It's a practice in patience and quiet perception, helping you recognize that what isn't said often speaks louder. Remember, the key is not just to observe, but to interpret. You might notice a character's shoulders tense up, signaling a defensive stance, or a subtle eye movement suggesting concealment or deceit. With a little practice, you'll start catching these behind-the-scenes emotions that ordinary conversations often hide behind words. This skill becomes especially useful when you're in social situations where words fail or seem superficial, because you're attuned to the truths lurking just beneath the surface. Next time you watch a scene muted, focus on the details. How do the characters' faces move? What does their posture say? Do their eyes reveal unease or joy? This trains your mind to read between the lines, sharpening your ability to pick up unspoken cues in real life, where much of our communication is nonverbal. It turns seemingly mundane scenes into a treasure trove of emotional intelligence, all without uttering a single word. Developing sensitivity to unspoken messages is one of the most underestimated skills in human interaction. When words are absent or deliberately muted, from TV scenes to real conversations, your ability to notice and interpret subtle cues becomes crucial. It's like learning to see the silent language that our bodies and faces constantly speak. This involves sharpening your awareness of microexpressions, such as a fleeting eye twitch, lip tightening, or slight shift in weight. These small signs often carry big emotional meanings. Training yourself to notice these clues takes conscious effort, but it's surprisingly simple to start. When you observe people, try to focus less on what they say and more on how they say it: body language, facial expressions, gestures. For example, someone crossing their arms might be feeling defensive, while avoiding eye contact could signal discomfort or dishonesty. Over time, you'll notice patterns. Certain gestures tend to accompany specific feelings or reactions. This heightened awareness allows you to engage more authentically, especially in situations where the words don't reveal much. One effective way to improve this skill is to practice with everyday interactions, not just TV scenes. Next time you're in a coffee shop or a meeting, pay close attention to the unspoken signals. Are their gestures consistent with their words? Do they seem uncomfortable, even if they're smiling? These observations help build your emotional literacy, giving you a toolkit to decode cues that are often overlooked. Remember, body language is sometimes more honest than spoken words, especially when people hide their true feelings. Another key element is to trust your intuition. When you notice a mismatch, a person saying one thing but their body language hinting at another, they're often communicating more through their unspoken cues than through words. Developing this instinct requires practice and patience, but it leads to deeper understanding and more meaningful connections. It's like learning a new language. At first, it's subtle and tricky, but soon you can interpret entire conversations without hearing a single word. To make this a habit, consider jotting down your observations after interactions or scenes. Ask yourself what clues gave away someone's true feelings. This reflection builds your ability to quickly pick up on nonverbal signals in real-time conversations. Over time, you'll start noticing the small details that reveal true emotions, making your interactions richer and more genuine. The real magic lies in recognizing that what's unspoken often holds the key to understanding others more deeply than their words ever could. Chapter 3. Body language doesn't lie, but it can be misunderstood. Posture, space, tension, and orientation. Have you ever noticed how someone who stands tall with their shoulders back and chest open instantly seems more confident? Body positioning plays a huge role in how we communicate our inner state without saying a word. When people are confident, they tend to take up more space, spreading out, leaning back slightly, perhaps even stretching out their arms or resting their hands on their hips. It's like their body quietly proclaims, "I belong here." Conversely, when someone feels unsure or threatened, they often shrink into themselves, crossing arms, hunching over, or turning slightly away. These signals are almost subconscious, but send powerful messages about one's comfort level or guardedness. Think about a situation where you give a presentation. Your posture tends to shift naturally based on how confident or anxious you feel, and oddly enough, others pick up on those shifts faster than any words you might utter. Moreover, the orientation of your body can tell others if you're open or guarded. Facing someone directly with relaxed shoulders, uncrossed limbs, and an upright stance suggests openness and engagement. It's basically inviting conversation. On the other hand, angling your body away, crossing your arms tightly, or leaning back can send a back-off signal, even if you're still speaking politely. This doesn't mean you're necessarily unfriendly, but that your body language hints at discomfort or a desire for distance. An example is during a tense meeting. If you notice someone leaning away or averting eye contact, they might be feeling defensive, even if you can't hear the words. Playing with your own body language to match the mood can help communicate or even shift how others perceive your confidence and openness. It's useful to remember that these signals aren't about being perfect or right. They're about reading the room and being true to how you feel. If you want to project more confidence, try adjusting your posture to a slightly upright stance, shoulders back, and face your audience or conversation partner directly. If openness is your goal, keep your palms visible, avoid crossing your arms, and lean in just a little. Small shifts in how you position your body during interactions can make a surprisingly big difference in how others view you, sometimes even more than what you say. Next time you're in a social setting, pay attention to how people position their bodies and what it might be saying about their feelings. You might just start noticing silent signals you never picked up on before. People often put on a mask with their words, but their body language tends to leak genuine emotions whether they want it to or not. Have you ever had a friend say they're fine, but their clenched jaw, rapid blinking, or stiff posture told you otherwise? Those tiny, unintentional cues are like the body's way of whispering what's really going on. Our brains are wired to pick up on these signals without us even realizing it. For example, someone who's trying to hide embarrassment might fidget excessively or avoid eye contact. Someone genuinely excited may unconsciously lean forward, eyes shining, with an almost childlike curiosity. Recognizing these subtle signals becomes a powerful tool in understanding what someone is truly feeling beyond their words. Some cues are more obvious, like a forced smile or a stiff, tense posture that screams, "I'm pretending to be okay." Others are more covert, like slight tension in the jaw, pinched eyebrows, or a quick, almost imperceptible shift in posture when a topic hits a nerve. These are often missed because they happen so quickly and unconsciously. When you pay close attention, you can often catch these signals and gain a more authentic insight into someone's true state of mind. For instance, if you're trying to gauge whether a colleague truly agrees during a meeting, observing their leg bouncing or their foot tapping might reveal underlying nervousness or disagreement they are masking with polite words. Getting better at noticing these cues isn't about spying or being nosy. It's about developing a deeper awareness of human behavior. Start by observing how people respond physically during your interactions. Do they seem overly tense in certain situations? Do they seem to shrink or close off when certain topics come up? By recognizing these unintentional signals, you can adapt your approach, perhaps offering reassurance or changing the tone to make the other person more comfortable. The next time you're chatting with someone, take a moment to quietly scan their body language. You might find that what's unsaid is often loud enough to be heard if you're paying close enough attention. Cultural differences versus universal signs. Have you ever waved at someone only to realize they took it as an insult? Or maybe a thumbs up that was perfectly fine in one country felt strangely provocative somewhere else. It's these moments that highlight how some gestures are deeply tied to cultural norms, while others seem to transcend borders. When you start paying close attention, you'll notice that certain signals, like a smile or a nod, are almost universally understood and carry similar meanings across the globe. These are the gestures that, regardless of where you are, tend to communicate friendliness or agreement. On the flip side, many gestures are rooted in specific cultural contexts, shaped by traditions, history, or social norms unique to one group. For example, in Japan, bowing is a sign of respect, but the depth and duration of the bow can vary based on social hierarchy and context, making it a complex gesture to interpret if you're not familiar with the custom. Some gestures are so ingrained in a culture that misunderstanding them can lead to awkward situations or even offenses. Take the hand gesture for okay. In many Western countries, it means everything's fine, but in parts of the Middle East, it may be seen as vulgar or confrontational. Similarly, the V sign with palms inward is viewed as a peace symbol in many places, but can be an insult in others. Recognizing which gestures fall into the realm of cultural specificity helps prevent miscommunication. It's a good rule of thumb to assume that most gestures are not one-size-fits-all, especially if you're in a setting with unfamiliar cultural influences. Instead, observe what locals do and try to learn the context behind those gestures. If you're unsure, a simple smile or verbal clarification can often save you from unintended faux pas. What about gestures that are considered universal? These tend to be basic signals rooted in human biology, things like smiling to show friendliness or a nod to indicate agreement. For example, a genuine smile is recognized worldwide as a sign of warmth or happiness. Similarly, eye contact generally signals attention and honesty, although even that can vary depending on the culture. Too much eye contact might be seen as aggressive in some societies, while in others, avoiding eye contact could suggest evasiveness. Understanding which gestures are likely to be understood everywhere helps in building rapport quickly. These universal signs act as a kind of shared shorthand. Nevertheless, even with these, context still matters. What feels like a friendly gesture in one place might seem intrusive or awkward in another. The key lies in observing reactions and adjusting your behavior accordingly. One of the biggest errors you can make when interacting across cultures is assuming that your own way of gesturing is the correct or universal way. We tend to interpret others' behaviors based on our personal experiences, which often leads to misjudging their intentions. For example, crossing your arms in a Western setting might signal defensiveness, but in some cultures, it's just a comfortable resting position or a sign of thoughtfulness. Likewise, silent gestures like shrugging or hand gestures often carry layered meanings, deeply rooted in local customs. If you act on assumptions, you risk offending someone unintentionally or missing out on the real message they're trying to convey. The trick is to stay curious rather than judgmental. Pay close attention to the context, surroundings, and the other person's behavior as a whole, not just isolated gestures. To avoid misinterpretations, it's helpful to approach every interaction with the mindset of learning, not judging. If you're unsure what a gesture means, a polite follow-up question often provides clarity. For instance, you might say, "Are you comfortable with this?" or "What does this mean here?" This openness invites others to share their cultural perspective without feeling judged. Another good practice is to educate yourself about the customs of the region you're interacting with. Reading about local etiquette or asking a trusted local friend can save a lot of confusion. Remember, many misunderstandings stem from a mismatch of expectations that could have been clarified with a simple conversation. When in doubt, mimic what you see others do. Mimicry can serve as a nonverbal sign that you're trying to respect local customs. Most importantly, stay observant and patient. If someone's response or body language seems off, take a moment to reassess your interpretation. Small signals like a hesitant smile or a brief pause can reveal underlying discomfort or confusion. Over time, you'll develop an intuitive sense for what's appropriate and for what's not, making your cultural interactions more genuine and effective. The trick is not to get caught up in finding the perfect gesture, but to be adaptable, respectful, and attentive. With practice, you'll start noticing the subtle cues and patterns that define local communication styles, turning what might seem like a confusing jumble of signs into a language you slowly begin to speak fluently. Congruence, when the body says what the mouth won't. Imagine sitting across from someone who's telling you they're excited about an opportunity, yet their body betrays them. Their shoulders are slumped, eyes avoid yours, and their voice wavers just a bit too much. These inconsistencies aren't just casual slip-ups. They can reveal a lot about what's truly going on beneath the surface. Body language is like the body's own language, speaking volumes even when words are carefully chosen to sound perfect. When someone's verbal message conflicts with their nonverbal cues, it's often a sign they're masking something or maybe even hiding the truth. Being able to spot these moments takes practice, but once you start noticing subtle shifts, like twitching hands, awkward pauses, or mismatched facial expressions, you'll see a whole new layer of communication unfolding right before your eyes. Basically, you want to pay attention to inconsistencies. Say a person is claiming they're not upset, but their fists are clenched tightly or their jaw tightens when they finish a sentence. Or maybe they say, "I'm totally fine," with a nervous laugh and avoiding eye contact. These are clues that their body's telling a different story than their words. Notice if their tone of voice doesn't match the expression on their face, or if their posture seems stiff or tense when discussing something they say is insignificant. All these cues add up, pointing to an internal state that they might be trying to hide. Recognizing these discrepancies isn't about catching someone out. It's about understanding that often, the truth gets spoken more loudly through nonverbal gestures than through words alone. However, keep in mind that body language can be influenced by many factors: culture, personality, even the environment. Not every odd gesture signals deception or discomfort. Sometimes people are just nervous or distracted. The key is to look for patterns rather than isolated signals. For those who are naturally expressive or tense, observe what's their baseline. Do they usually fidget or look away? If suddenly they're unusually still or overly animated, that's where you might notice something out of the ordinary. It's about combining multiple signals rather than fixating on just one gesture. When you start noticing these inconsistencies, you gain a better sense of the unspoken truths that hide behind superficial politeness or effort to appear confident. Pay attention, and over time, you'll instinctively sense when someone's words aren't quite lining up with their body's silent confession. Next time you're engaged in conversation, practice tuning into subtle cues like eye contact, facial expressions, and physical gestures. For instance, if someone claims to enjoy a project but avoids looking directly at you, or if they nod just as they say something questionable, these small signs matter. Often, our subconscious reveals more than we realize. Ultimately, the skill lies in connecting these tiny dots without jumping to conclusions, but simply recognizing when the body signals more than the words admit. That awareness can make conversations more honest and bring clarity to situations where words alone might be sugarcoating reality. Learning to read body language isn't just about catching deception. It's also about recognizing genuine emotion. Those moments when someone's body and words align perfectly, revealing authenticity. When a person's gestures, facial expressions, tone of voice, and words are all in sync, it suggests they're sincere and comfortable with what they're saying. These moments are often easier to spot because the signals reinforce one another, creating a cohesive message. When you see someone truly enthusiastic, their eyes light up, their posture opens, and their tone matches an upbeat tone naturally. Conversely, if someone is genuinely annoyed or upset, their face might momentarily show it even if they try to hide it behind a smile or calm tone. In these cases, congruence between body language and words is a strong indicator that the message is real. Using congruence as a baseline can help you gauge authenticity more reliably than just listening to words. For example, during a serious conversation, if someone says something heartfelt but their shoulders are rigid or they avoid eye contact, it signals a lack of true conviction. On the other hand, someone who is authentic will naturally exhibit consistent cues. It's almost as if their body is a mirror reflecting their internal state. Becoming attuned to these cues often involves developing your own sensitivity and patience. When you notice someone being congruent, you can take their words at face value more confidently. This ability isn't about being skeptical, but rather about cultivating awareness to distinguish genuine emotion from that which is manufactured or exaggerated. Practical use of this knowledge involves observing people in different situations, whether in a meeting, a casual chat, or during emotional moments. Notice the subtle dances of their bodies, how they breathe, how their hands move, the positioning of their head. When their verbal message matches these physical expressions, it's a sign they're likely sincere. If not, it's worth raising an eyebrow and perhaps asking follow-up questions. Think of it as a dance where harmony between words and movements indicates authenticity, while discord suggests some hidden layer or unease. Over time, you can develop a keen instinct for recognizing when someone is genuinely engaged or simply putting on a show, and that's a crucial skill for authentic communication and better relationships. Practice the meeting scan, office or Zoom. When you're in a meeting, whether face-to-face or on Zoom, your eyes give away a lot more than you might think. Watching someone's body language, how they sit, lean, or gesture, can reveal what they're really feeling, sometimes even more than their words. For example, a person leaning forward with open hands often shows engagement, while crossing their arms might signal defensiveness or discomfort. In virtual meetings, watching face and upper body movements, like eye contact, head tilts, or finger taps, becomes crucial, especially since some cues get lost through a screen. Plus, you can notice small signs like lip biting or fidgeting, which often point to underlying stress or impatience that no one's saying out loud. The key is to develop a habit of observing without staring, just enough to pick up the subconscious signals that tell you whether your message is landing or bouncing off. In person, assessment is a bit more straightforward. Your eyes, posture, and gestures are right there. But it's surprisingly easy to get distracted or miss things if you're not paying attention. You might be tempted to think someone's disengaged because they're silent, but their body might be shouting another story. Perhaps they're deep in thought or processing information. Conversely, in virtual settings, we often get blindsided by video fatigue or screen glare, which can limit how much body language we really see. To work around this, pay attention to shifts in the person's facial expressions, blinking rate, or how often they glance away. Even tiny movements like finger drumming or shifting in seat can be clues to their state of mind. Remember, you're looking for consistency, or the lack of it, between verbal responses and physical cues. When they say they're fine but their eye contact drops or they avoid smiling, that's a signal worth noting. Practicing this kind of observation isn't about catching someone out or playing detective. It's about enriching your understanding of what's really happening in the room. Think of it as a continuous, silent conversation happening beneath the surface. Over time, these cues become second nature, helping you read the room more accurately. A good tip is to pick one or two cues to watch for each meeting, like eye contact or posture, and then see if they match what's being said. This small step keeps your observations manageable and turns it into a skill that grows naturally. Remember, everyone shows signs when they're uncertain, annoyed, or genuinely enthusiastic. Recognizing these signals can help you steer discussions more effectively or even soften your approach if you sense resistance building. Sometimes the most telling signs are those tiny, almost subconscious little signals that don't get any formal attention. For example, a slight eye shift or a quick smile can reveal genuine interest or, conversely, embarrassment or skepticism. These subtle cues often happen when someone is holding back or trying to control how they're perceived, which makes them incredibly valuable to notice. If someone nods occasionally but looks away as they do, they might be agreeing outwardly but doubting internally. Similarly, if someone leans back or drags out their words, they might be disengaged or uncomfortable. In virtual meetings, watch for subtle changes in facial expressions, like a flicker of a smile that appears only for a fleeting moment or a quick raised eyebrow that suggests doubt. These are signs that the person might be holding back opinions or feeling hesitant about what's being discussed. Picking up on these signals requires patience and a good sense of context. It's not about inventing stories or reading too much into small details, but noticing what's inconsistent with their usual behavior or the overall tone. If someone claims to agree with an idea but their body language suggests hesitation, it's a cue to probe gently, asking open-ended questions like, "What are your thoughts?" or "Any concerns you'd like to share?" helps reveal their true mindset. Similarly, observing reactions over time can help you identify patterns. Someone who regularly shrugs or avoids eye contact might be naturally reserved, but a sudden change in those behaviors in response to specific topics is worth exploring. Essentially, these cues provide a window into people's internal states, an extra layer of information that, if picked up accurately, allows for more authentic and productive conversations. Chapter 4: Eyes, Voice, and What People Aren't Saying. Eye contact, intensity, avoidance, and blinking. Our eyes are sometimes called windows to the soul, but in reality, they're more like subconscious lie detectors, if you know what to look for. When you're chatting with someone, their eye behaviors can tell you a lot about what they're really feeling, even if they say one thing with words. For example, someone who feels relaxed and genuine tends to make consistent eye contact, maintaining it without seeming overly intense or uncomfortable. Think of it as a comfortable dance. Their gaze naturally settles on you without glaring or darting away. But when the eyes start shifting nervously, whether looking away or blinking rapidly, it can be a sign they're hiding something or feeling uneasy. You've probably noticed that during tense moments, eyes might dart around or fixate on something distant, not as a sign of deep thought, but as a mental escape route. Recognizing this urge to avoid eye contact doesn't mean they're necessarily dishonest. Sometimes, it just indicates discomfort or shyness. Still, if you pay close attention, those subtle cues can reveal more than words ever do, especially when combined with other signals. It's about understanding the context, the person's baseline behaviors, and the overall situation. So, next time you're in conversation, observe not just what they say, but what their eyes are doing. They often spill secrets that words cannot. Eyes give away honesty mainly through consistency. When someone's words align with their eye movements, they're likely being genuine. If a person claims to be excited, but their eyes look distant or distracted, alarm bells might go off. Conversely, if they genuinely mean it, their eyes will naturally brighten, and their gaze stays steady a little longer than usual. Also, the pupils can be revealing. Dilated pupils often indicate interest, attraction, or excitement, whereas constricted pupils might suggest boredom or discomfort. Another common indicator is blinking rate. Increased blinking can indicate nervousness, deceit, or stress, kind of like how we might bite our nails when anxious. Interestingly, when a person is lying or hiding something, their eyes tend to exhibit specific behaviors, such as looking away at critical moments or repeatedly touching their face, especially around the eyes or mouth. Of course, these signals aren't foolproof, but they add a fascinating layer to understanding someone's truthfulness. Remember, though, cultural differences and individual habits can influence eye behaviors, so use these clues as part of the bigger picture, not in isolation. Think about that awkward first date when your date keeps glancing at their phone or avoiding eye contact altogether. It might be nerves, but it could also signal disinterest or deception. Conversely, someone who maintains eye contact but avoids blinking or blinks very rapidly might be trying too hard to seem engaged. Some folks naturally avert their gaze when they think or feel shy. The trick is to notice consistency over time and see if their eye behaviors match the story they're telling. If they say they're comfortable but their eyes dart away each time you ask a difficult question, that's worth noting. Meanwhile, genuine comfort usually shows in relaxed eye movements, steady gazes, and natural blinking patterns. Many seasoned observers suggest that genuine honesty is often accompanied by subtle, almost subconscious, gestures, like a soft smile paired with eye contact. Paying attention to these details can help you see behind the words and get a clearer sense of someone's true feelings and honesty in any conversation. Tone of voice as an emotional thermometer. When you pay close attention to how someone's voice changes, like the rise and fall of pitch, the speed at which they speak, or where they place emphasis, you begin to uncover the emotional currents beneath the surface. Ever notice how a slight tremor in someone's voice can reveal nervousness, even if their words are calm? Pitch plays a huge role in conveying emotion. A higher pitch often signals excitement, anxiety, or discomfort, while a lower, steadier tone might indicate confidence, calmness, or even boredom. Speed of speech is equally telling. Rapid talking often hints at excitement or agitation, whereas a slow, deliberate pace can suggest thoughtfulness or hesitation. Emphasis on certain words can act like emotional signposts, highlighting what truly matters to the speaker or revealing their underlying feelings. Paying attention to these subtle shifts is like turning on a radar, helping you tune into the emotional background that standard words often drown out. This kind of listening requires you to be present and truly curious about what's not just being said, but how. Have you ever noticed someone saying the right words, but their tone betrays something else entirely? That's a sign your emotional thermometer is working. Practicing this skill means not just hearing words, but feeling the music beneath them. Before jumping to conclusions, take a moment to consider how the voice's fluctuations might mirror mood swings, internal conflicts, or unspoken worries. It's often these minor cues that tell you if someone is holding back or if they're genuinely at ease. The key is in recognizing consistency or the lack of it. Genuine feelings tend to produce a voice that remains relatively stable, while shifts suggest change, sometimes rapid, sometimes subtle, that signals emotion bubbling beneath the surface. When you start listening this way, you not only hear what's said, but you understand what's meant underneath. One of the biggest challenges in reading tone as an emotional thermometer is telling if the emotion you detect is real or just a performance. People can be remarkably skilled at masking their true feelings, especially if they're trying to impress, hide vulnerability, or stick to a script. Fake tones often sound overly perfect, overly controlled, or unnaturally consistent, almost as if someone's following a rehearsed playlist of emotional cues. Genuine emotion, on the other hand, tends to be messier, more unpredictable and layered. For instance, a person might say they're fine, but their voice might quiver, or their words might lag as their tone slips into something more hesitant. You might notice a fake tone stopping abruptly, like a switch being turned off, while real emotion tends to bleed through in small, sometimes inconsistent ways. It's this inconsistency that gives away authenticity, because human feelings rarely follow a neat script. To sharpen your ear for authenticity, start by recognizing patterns. When someone's tone feels rehearsed, it often lacks the natural variability of real emotion. They might speak at a steady pitch, with no rise or fall, and use overly formal or flat language to mask their true feelings. Conversely, someone experiencing genuine emotion may show signs of vulnerability, pauses, slight increases or decreases in pitch, or subtle changes in tempo that aren't perfectly controlled. This isn't about catching people out, but rather about developing an instinct for authenticity. A good rule of thumb is to listen for moments where the emotion seems to push against the speaker's efforts to sound composed. Those cracks in the armor are often the most revealing. Recognizing these cues takes practice, but over time, your ability to distinguish genuine feelings from staged ones will become second nature. The next time you're listening, try to tune out the words and focus solely on the tone. Ask yourself, does this feel honest? Do I sense a disconnect between what's being said and how it's being said? This distinction can be crucial in conversations, helping you navigate trust and sincerity more effectively. Remember, everyone has their masks, but emotions tend to leak out in unpredictable ways. That's the secret to spotting real from fake. The more you listen carefully, the better you'll get at catching those natural, often involuntary, vocal cues that betray true feeling. Pauses, hesitations, and filler words. Have you ever noticed someone suddenly hesitating or fumbling over a simple answer during a conversation? Those tiny verbal clues often reveal what's really going on beneath the surface. When people feel uncomfortable, doubt themselves, or attempt to hide the truth, their speech patterns tend to shift in subtle ways. They might start to use vague language, over-explain, or include too many details in an attempt to cover their tracks. Listen closely, and you'll notice pauses before they answer, words that seem forced or unnecessary, and even inconsistencies in their stories. These little verbal signals are like breadcrumbs, guiding you toward understanding their inner state without relying on what they explicitly say. For instance, someone who is fabricating a story might avoid direct answers by sidestepping questions or inserting filler phrases like a well, or you know. They might also repeat questions or add unnecessary qualifiers, such as honestly, or honestly, I swear. These are often signs they're trying to buy time or craft an answer on the spot, which might not be entirely truthful. On the other hand, a person who doubts what they're saying might stumble over their words or become overly verbose in an attempt to justify or validate their statements. Recognizing these dynamics requires tuning into the nuances of verbal delivery, not just the content itself. Keep in mind that cultural factors and individual speaking habits also influence how these clues manifest. Some people naturally speak hesitantly or use fillers, so it's essential to consider context and baseline behaviors. An effective way to spot discomfort or doubt is to listen for deviations from a person's usual speech pattern. For example, if they're typically decisive and straightforward, but suddenly become vague or overly complicated, that shift can be telling. Also, pay attention to how they phrase their responses. Dodging, qualifying, or qualifying their statements consistently might indicate they're hiding something or feeling uneasy about being honest. Train your ear to small shifts, and you'll gain a more sensitive radar for detecting when words betray more than just their surface meaning. Sometimes, the most revealing moments aren't in what someone says, but in what they don't say or hesitate to say. Silence can carry heavy weight, especially in a fast-paced conversation where people are used to filling every pause. When someone pauses longer than necessary before answering a straightforward question, it often indicates they're weighing their words carefully or withholding information. Hesitations, like a quick pause, repeated words, or false starts, can suggest they're uncertain, uncomfortable, or trying to think up a good story on the spot. These are all signals that something isn't entirely straightforward, even if their words seem convincing at first glance. For example, imagine you ask a colleague about a missed deadline. They pause before answering, struggle to find the right words, or quickly switch topics. Those pauses might be their way of stalling, giving themselves a moment to come up with an excuse, or perhaps they're hiding the real reason behind their delay. The key is to notice patterns. Does the hesitancy happen only with certain questions? Does it increase when you probe deeper? Or does it happen whenever their honesty might be compromised? Recognizing these moments of silence and hesitation helps you read unspoken doubts or discomforts that words alone might not reveal. It's worth keeping in mind that silence isn't inherently suspicious. Sometimes, people genuinely need a moment to gather their thoughts. Still, if you notice a consistent pattern of long pauses or hesitant responses in situations where honesty or clarity is expected, it might be a sign to dig a little deeper. Gentle follow-up questions can sometimes encourage someone to reveal more or clarify what's causing their pause. For instance, asking, "Take your time, what's really holding you back?" gives them room to open up or, at the very least, signals that you're aware of their discomfort. Simply put, paying attention to how people manage silence and hesitation provides a valuable insight into their unspoken worries or doubts, often more reliably than their spoken words alone. A breakup conversation decoded by silence. Imagine sitting across from someone, words left unsaid, hanging heavily in the air. It's that quiet moment after a difficult talk, where silence isn't just the absence of sound, but a messenger of more than what's spoken. One evening, I watched a couple on the brink of breakup. He was explaining his feelings, her eyes fixed on the table. When she finally responded, her voice was calm, but her silence afterward told a different story. Her body tensed, shoulders pulled in, and her lack of eye contact spoke volumes. That silence wasn't just missing words, it was conveying doubts, pain, and perhaps even regret. Sometimes, what people choose not to say reveals more than 1,000 spoken words ever could. Paying attention to these nonverbal cues can help you grasp what's really happening beneath the surface of a conversation, especially during moments that feel fragile or tense. Understanding these subtle signals can transform how you interpret difficult conversations, like breakups or disagreements. When words fail, silence becomes a powerful tool, a quiet window into someone's true feelings. Instead of focusing solely on what is being said, it's crucial to notice how it's being said or not said. This means watching for shifts in body language, facial expressions, or even the breath. These cues often betray hidden emotions like hesitation, anger, or sadness that the speaker might hesitate to voice. For example, a partner who avoids eye contact while discussing a breakup might be hiding regret or guilt. Or a friend who clams up and looks away when asked about a difficult subject might be shielding feelings of shame or vulnerability. Recognizing these cues isn't about second-guessing every move, but about sharpening your understanding of the unspoken stories that dwell beneath the surface. By training yourself to notice these silent signals, you become better equipped to handle sensitive interactions. Instead of rushing to fill pauses with words, you learn to read what true silence indicates. For example, if someone suddenly becomes quiet after mentioning a particular issue, it might mean they're overwhelmed or hiding disappointment. If their voice stays steady but their physical stance becomes closed, they might be guarding themselves emotionally. Paying close attention to these cues can reveal whether someone is genuinely ready to move forward or still reeling from the past. When you begin to see silence as a form of communication, you can respond more thoughtfully, offering space or asking gentle questions that encourage openness. This can prevent misunderstandings or unnecessary conflicts and allow conversations to develop more authentically. Next time you're in a delicate conversation, take note of how silence influences the mood. It might be more revealing than the words exchanged. Chapter 5. The emotion beneath the reaction. What anger is really covering. Think about the last time you saw someone lash out in a fiery outburst or snapped sharply at a loved one. The intense reaction might seem irrational or even a little dramatic, but what if behind that anger, there's something else hiding? Often, anger isn't the real story. It's a cover-up, a front that we put up when we're scared, hurt, or feeling exposed. When people feel vulnerable, their first instinct might be to defend themselves with aggression or irritation, because admitting pain or fear feels too risky. It's much easier, emotionally speaking, to project anger outward than to sit with uncomfortable feelings inside. That's why a fiery explosion might mask tears we don't want to shed or tears we don't even realize we're holding back. Have you ever noticed how sometimes a seemingly small comment or disagreement triggers a disproportionate storm of anger? It's not necessarily about that specific comment or event. It's often about our internal wounds. When someone criticizes us or challenges our stance, what really feels threatening isn't just the flaw they pointed out. It's a fear of being judged, rejected, or not good enough. That surge of anger acts like a shield, a way to push away those threatening feelings. The anger becomes a red-hot firewall designed to obscure vulnerability and to keep others at a distance, because if we could admit we're hurting or scared, it might make us feel fragile or even unworthy. It's worth recognizing that this dynamic isn't about weakness. Quite the contrary. Most of us have learned, often in childhood, that showing vulnerability isn't safe. Maybe we've been reprimanded for crying, told to toughen up, or learned that expressing feelings makes us seem needy or burdensome. As a result, we develop coping strategies. Anger becomes a convenient, socially acceptable way to avoid looking weak. It's a protection mechanism that's embedded so deeply it can operate on autopilot. When we understand that anger often covers behind it a wounded, scared core, we start to see it less as a problem and more as a signal that there's something unresolved beneath the surface. When you notice yourself or others getting angry, ask what feeling is really trying to get your attention underneath the temper. Is it fear, sadness, shame, or even loneliness? One of the biggest hurdles in dealing with anger is that the emotion itself is so loud and intense it drowns out everything else. It's like trying to hear a whisper in a storm, difficult, if not impossible. When someone snaps at us or we feel the heat rising inside, it's easy to focus on the outward expression, yelling, slamming doors, sarcasm, and ignore what's really fueling the fire. But if we can develop the habit of asking ourselves, what am I really feeling right now? Rather than reacting to the outward explosion, a whole new world of understanding opens up. This doesn't mean suppressing the anger or pretending it isn't there. Instead, it's about slowing down enough to identify the core emotion. Are you feeling humiliated, embarrassed, rejected, abandoned, scared that things might fall apart? Often, underneath anger lies a fragile feeling that's been pushed aside or denied. For example, a boss who screams during a meeting might be hiding frustration that's rooted in feeling overwhelmed or powerless. An individual snapping at their partner might secretly fear losing connection or facing abandonment. Recognizing this makes it easier to approach the situation with compassion, both for yourself and others, since you realize the explosion is just the top layer of a much deeper emotional landscape. Developing awareness involves a few simple steps. Pause before reacting, take a deep breath, and ask yourself what you're feeling beneath the anger. Sometimes, writing those feelings down can help clarify them. You might discover that what initially seemed like pure rage is really fear, sadness, or shame. This shift from reacting to understanding creates space for genuine connection, because instead of defending or attacking, you're allowing yourself to experience the discomfort and listen to what your feelings are telling you. With regular practice, you'll become more skilled at recognizing the signals of vulnerability before they're drowned out by anger, and that can lead to more authentic interactions and less internal turmoil. Next time you notice a sudden burst of irritability or aggression, try to step back and ask, "What am I really feeling?" Chances are, you'll uncover feelings that have been trying to surface for a while but got buried under the noise of anger. This simple shift in perspective can transform the way you relate to your emotions. From a roller coaster, you're just trying to survive, to a messenger offering insight and healing. The goal isn't to eliminate anger entirely. After all, it has its place, but to understand it better so that it no longer masks what we truly feel. The more you practice listening beneath the surface, the more you gain access to the core truths that can foster deeper self-awareness and healthier relationships. When tears don't mean sadness. Understanding these different emotional signals challenges the typical assumption that tears equal sadness. It's like viewing crying as a form of emotional music. Each tune, each note, signals something entirely different. Sometimes, tears are a response to relief after a difficult week, when letting go of tension feels almost like a physical weight has been lifted. Other times, they're bursts of happiness, such as celebrating a personal victory or reconnecting with loved ones. Recognizing these tears means refraining from rushing to offer comfort or sympathy automatically. Instead, you learn to observe quietly and listen to what the tears might be revealing about that particular moment. For instance, crying during a wedding might mean joy and gratitude, while tears after an argument might be frustration or exhaustion. Embracing this broader view helps us become more attuned to others' emotional landscapes and avoid oversimplified assumptions that tears are solely about sadness. Ultimately, understanding tears as multi-layered signals transforms how we interpret emotional expression, making our responses more compassionate and genuine. This insight in recognizing diverse emotional tears encourages us to ask more thoughtful questions when someone's crying. Are you feeling relieved? Excited? Overwhelmed? These questions invite what's really happening beneath the surface and open the door for more authentic conversations. Next time you see tears in a friend's eyes, pause instead of jumping to conclusions. Notice their facial expressions, their posture, and the overall vibe. Is the tension melting away, or is there a flicker of genuine happiness? Do they seem exhausted or energized? Our tears can be a window into complex feelings, and learning to read them accurately adds depth to our relationships and understanding of others' emotional worlds. Why sarcasm often signals vulnerability. Have you ever noticed how some people throw out sarcastic remarks like it's their favorite hobby? It's often easy to dismiss sarcasm as just playful banter or wit, but there's usually a deeper story behind it. Many times, sarcasm serves as a shield, a way to cover up vulnerability or insecurity. When someone makes a sarcastic comment, especially if it feels a bit sharper than intended, it can be less about humor and more about masking feelings of inadequacy or fear of rejection. Think of it like this. When someone feels unsure about their worth or doubts how they'll be received, they might resort to sarcasm to protect themselves. It's a way of controlling the conversation, steering it away from topics that might make them feel exposed or judged. Sarcasm gives them a sense of control, a way to keep others at a distance. It's easier to laugh off vulnerability when you're behind a shield of irony or sharp wit. This is why people who frequently use sarcasm sometimes seem confident on the surface, but are actually grappling with insecurities beneath. It's also worth noting that sarcasm is often rooted in past experiences. If someone grew up in an environment where vulnerability was discouraged or punished, they might never have learned how to express their feelings openly. Instead, they develop a habit of using sarcasm as a defense, kind of like a safety net, making it less intimidating to reveal anything truly emotional. Recognizing sarcasm as a sign of internal struggle can help you see beyond the humor and understand what a person might be hiding beneath their witty comments. When you notice someone's sarcasm often feels a little too pointed or defensive, it's a cue that they could be feeling vulnerable underneath. Here's a practical tip. Pay attention to the tone and context of sarcastic comments. Are they accompanied by eye rolls, nervous laughter, or look-away moments? These subtle cues can reveal insecurity. When you recognize sarcasm as a form of self-protection rather than pure humor, you open the door to comforting, empathetic responses. Sometimes, just acknowledging their humor and gently shifting the conversation can encourage someone to drop their guard a little. Remember, sarcasm isn't always about being mean. Sometimes it's about managing fear. Recognizing this shifts how you respond, making interactions more genuine and less defensive. The real trick in understanding sarcasm lies in spotting the cues that reveal vulnerability, like a flicker in their voice, a quick glance away, or a slight tension in their posture. These small signals can tell you that beneath that sharp remark, there's someone who might be feeling exposed or insecure. Once you pick up on these cues, you can respond in a way that's gentle without dismissing their humor. For example, a light, affirming comment like, "That was a good one," paired with a warm tone, can sometimes soften the mood and make space for honesty. Approaching sarcastic remarks with curiosity rather than judgment shifts the tone entirely. Instead of taking a sarcastic comment at face value or reacting defensively, you might say something like, "Sounds like you're joking, but is everything okay?" This kind of response signals that you see through the sarcasm but aren't trying to attack or shame. It invites the person to share feelings they might have been masking with humor. If they choose to open up, it shows that they trust you enough to let their guard down. Over time, consistent empathetic responses can help break the cycle of sarcasm as a barrier, encouraging more authentic conversations. Another useful approach is to mirror their cues, subtly matching their tone to build rapport. If someone throws out a sarcastic remark, responding with gentle humor or an honest, straightforward comment can diffuse tension and establish connection. For instance, if they say, "Oh, sure, because I have all the time in the world," you might reply with, "I get it, busy schedule." Sometimes sarcasm is just a way of saying you need a break. This creates a safe space where humor and vulnerability coexist, reducing the perceived need to hide behind sarcasm. Remember, the goal isn't to confront, but to recognize and gently encourage honesty. Ultimately, learning to read sarcasm as a sign of vulnerability helps you respond with compassion rather than defensiveness. It's about understanding that behind many sharp comments is someone trying to protect themselves from feeling exposed or weak. When you approach with kindness and curiosity, you create room for genuine dialogue. The next time you hear a sarcastic remark, take a breath, notice the small cues, and ask yourself, what might this person be really feeling? Sometimes, all it takes is a little patience and empathy to turn sarcasm into an opening for authentic connection. Practice. What's under that? Question map. When someone reacts strongly, whether with anger, frustration, or shutting down, it's naturally tempting to assume we understand what's really going on. But often, there's a layer beneath that initial response that holds the key to truly understanding their feelings. The trick is to approach these moments with curiosity rather than judgment, moving slowly and carefully so the other person doesn't feel cornered or judged. Think of it as peeling back an onion, layer by layer, rather than ripping off the outer skin in one go. It requires patience and a delicate touch, especially because reactions are often just symptoms of deeper issues or unshared fears. The first step is to notice the reaction itself without rushing to interpret it. Instead of jumping in with questions like, "Why are you so upset?" which can feel aggressive, simply acknowledge the emotion. Saying something like, "You seem really upset right now," invites the other person to share more without feeling criticized. Then, give them space to voice what's beneath that emotion. This doesn't mean interrogating or demanding answers, but rather creating a safe moment where they can reveal their truth. It's crucial to stay calm and grounded. Your tone and body language will set the stage for honesty. Next, seek gentle clarity. Instead of probing for details, invite them to tell their story at their own pace. You might say, "Would you like to tell me what's going on?" Or, "I'm here if you want to share more." This approach shows genuine care and makes it easier for them to open up. Remember, the goal isn't to solve their problem immediately, but to understand what they're feeling. As they begin to share, pay close attention not just to their words, but also to their tone, pauses, and body language. These cues often reveal more than the words themselves. Over time, with practice, you'll get better at sensing the unspoken feelings hiding behind reactions like fear, shame, or disappointment. It's a gradual process, but one that leads to more authentic connections. One of the biggest hurdles in genuine conversation is knowing how to ask questions that peel back layers without making the other person feel exposed or judged. It's a tightrope walk. Ask too much or too directly, and you risk pushing someone away. Ask too little, and you may miss vital clues. The secret lies in framing questions that are open-ended, curious rather than interrogative. Instead of asking what's really wrong, which can sound accusatory, try framing it as, how are you feeling about all this? Or what's been on your mind lately? These create space for honest sharing without pressure. The emphasis is on listening to what is said and unsaid, recognizing that sometimes silence or hesitation carries just as much meaning as words. It's also useful to pay attention to the timing and context of your questions. Asking something deeply personal during a stressful moment might cause someone to shut down. Instead, wait for a lull or a calmer moment when they seem more receptive. When you do ask questions, keep your tone gentle, your posture open, and make sure your words feel like genuine invitations rather than probing. Be mindful of not crossing into invasive territory. If they show resistance, give them space. Remember, your role isn't to get all the answers immediately, but to create a safe environment where honesty can emerge naturally. Listening with genuine curiosity often yields more than a string of questions, because it shows you value their feelings, no matter how uncomfortable they may be. Also, watch out for common pitfalls like assuming you know what they mean or jumping to fix things. Sometimes, the most helpful move you can make is simply reflecting what you hear. It sounds like you're feeling overwhelmed, or that must be frustrating for you. These labels not only validate their feelings, but also encourage further sharing. Practice phrasing questions in a way that guides, rather than pushes, their thoughts. Ultimately, the goal is to foster a connection rooted in trust, where they feel seen and heard without feeling exposed or judged. When you master this delicate art, you'll notice people become more willing to open up, revealing the emotions they often hide behind their reactions. And that's when real understanding begins to take shape. Chapter 6: Trust Cues and When They Disappear. How we unconsciously signal safety. Have you ever noticed how some people just seem to make you feel instantly comfortable, even without saying a word? It's often because of tiny subconscious signals they give off, small gestures that speak volumes. Open gestures, like uncrossed arms and palms facing upward, suggest receptiveness rather than defensiveness. When someone leans slightly forward or maintains a relaxed stance, it signals confidence and ease, inviting trust instead of suspicion. Consistent eye contact, when done gently, communicates interest and honesty without needing to utter a single syllable. These cues are like social shorthand, telling us, you're safe, without ever being explicitly verbal. Think about it. What's the first thing you notice in someone when they walk into a room? Often, it's their body language. Open gestures, a relaxed posture, and steady, gentle eye contact create a kind of invisible handshake that says, I'm approachable. These signals are so ingrained that your brain registers them instantly, often before your conscious mind even catches up. They help establish a nonverbal trust bridge, which is crucial because trust is rarely built solely on words. Instead, it's built through awareness of these small cues, which your brain interprets as signs of sincerity and altruism. If you want people to feel safe around you, mastering these subtle gestures is a good place to start. When you give off open gestures and keep your body relaxed, you're essentially broadcasting a message of non-threatening acceptance. People tend to mirror these signals, unconsciously matching your openness, which deepens the sense of connection. For instance, if you maintain gentle eye contact and lean slightly forward during a conversation, the other person perceives your interest as genuine, making them more likely to let their guard down. This mutual mirroring fosters a level of trust without any need for elaborate words or explanations. It's like attuning to someone's rhythm. The more you stay relaxed and open, the easier it becomes for them to feel comfortable doing the same. This kind of signaling is especially powerful because it occurs beneath our usual filters. It bypasses overthinking and defenses, allowing trust to build on the foundation of instinctive perception. Think about the last time you felt someone was untrustworthy, even if they hadn't outright lied. That gut feeling often stems from subtle cues like clenched fists, rigid posture, or avoiding eye contact. By consciously adopting warmth through openness and calmness, you send those same signals in reverse. Your body language becomes a unifying language, speaking volumes about your genuineness, making others more receptive. So, next time you want to foster trust quickly, focus on these small, consistent signals that let others sense your intention is safe. Remember, these cues don't need to be exaggerated or forced. Authenticity is key. People can tell when gestures are genuine versus rehearsed. Keep your gestures simple, relax your limbs, keep your hands visible and open, and stay attentive with your eye contact. It's a subtle art, but it pays off in creating quick, almost unconscious signals of safety that can set the tone for deeper, more trusting interactions. Watch for these cues in others as well. Often, their openness or guarded stance will tip you off about how comfortable they feel. The more you notice these signs, the better you'll get at responding appropriately and creating an environment where trust can flourish naturally. Warmth, openness, and microbehaviors of trust. Trust isn't always about big promises or grand gestures. Most of the time, it's shaped by tiny, almost invisible behaviors we do or fail to do every day. Think about the last time someone looked you in the eyes when they asked a question or remembered a small detail from your last conversation. These microbehaviors might seem insignificant, but they act like little bricks in the foundation of trust, or like cracks that can start to loosen it. Sometimes we forget that trust is built not through what we say, but through what we do quietly, almost unconsciously. For instance, regularly following through on small commitments showcases reliability and honesty, portraying you as someone who values others' time and feelings. Conversely, overlooking these details, canceling plans last minute, ignoring someone's comments, or being inconsistent, can send signals that you're unreliable, guarded, or indifferent. It's in these subtle exchanges that trust either takes root or diminishes, often without either party realizing it. If you want to foster genuine openness, these behaviors need to become part of your daily routine, like offering a genuine smile when greeting someone or giving your full attention during conversations. Over time, these tiny acts accumulate, creating a sense of safety and predictability that others find comforting. Remember, trust isn't about perfection, but about consistency, showing up in small ways that say, "I'm here for you," even when no one's watching. On the flip side, the behaviors that unintentionally chip away at trust are often just as subtle. It could be the way someone dismisses your opinion with a glance or a dismissive shrug, signaling disinterest or impatience. Or perhaps they habitually interrupt when you're speaking, showing that they don't value what you're saying. These microbehaviors aren't always malicious. They often happen out of habit or distraction, but their cumulative effect can be damaging. Over time, people start feeling emotionally guarded or less inclined to open up, fearing silence or inconsistency might follow. Small betrayals of trust also include neglecting to acknowledge others' efforts, which can subtly communicate that you don't care enough to notice or appreciate. The key here isn't to aim for perfection, but to be aware of these tiny signals and how they're perceived. The next time you catch yourself zoning out during a conversation, think about how that behavior might be interpreted. Are you really busy, or are you sending a message of indifference? Awareness is the first step toward correcting these microbehaviors and consciously choosing to build trust instead of unintentionally eroding it. Microexpressions are fleeting facial movements that reveal what someone is truly feeling beneath the surface, often before they even realize it themselves. Have you ever noticed a slight tightening around someone's mouth, a quick lift of their eyebrows, or a tiny flicker of hesitation in their eyes during a conversation? These are clues that they may be feeling distrust, guarded, or unsure about what's being said or about you personally. Microexpressions happen so fast, often just a fraction of a second, that they're easy to miss unless you're paying close attention. But if you catch a quick narrowing of the eyes when you're sharing an idea, it might suggest skepticism or a lack of trust. Likewise, a brief tightening of the lips can signal discomfort or disagreement. Recognizing these subtle cues isn't about playing detective, but about tuning into the signals that show someone's emotional state isn't aligned with their words. For example, if someone says they're fine but keeps avoiding eye contact and shows signs of unease, they might be hiding distrust or guardedness. When you notice these microexpressions, it's often a sign to slow down and check in with the other person. Maybe they're feeling misunderstood or vulnerable, and your awareness can help you respond with more genuine openness. Employers, therapists, and negotiators alike often train themselves to catch these tiny shifts, because they're signals that trust might be fragile and requires gentle reinforcement. Understanding microexpressions isn't about reading people like a psychic. It's about becoming more attuned to those brief, honest glimpses into their true feelings. For you, this means observing not just words, but also the tiny facial clues that reveal guardedness or doubt. If you notice someone's microexpressions shifting while you're talking, consider adjusting your approach. Maybe by sharing more about your own vulnerabilities, asking open-ended questions, or simply giving them space to express concerns. Often, these quick signs are the first warnings that trust isn't as solid as it appears on the surface. The next time you're in a conversation, practice observing not just the words, but the tiny, involuntary movements. Sometimes, what isn't said aloud is more revealing than the words themselves. What it feels like when someone pulls back. When someone pulls back, it often shows up in small, subtle ways that are easy to overlook if you're not paying attention. You might notice that their conversations become shorter, less frequent, or less engaging. Perhaps they stop sharing their thoughts or feelings as openly as they used to, or they avoid eye contact altogether. Sometimes it's as simple as a change in tone. Greetings might become curt, responses delayed, or even a noticeable lack of enthusiasm when they do respond. The tricky part is, none of these behaviors scream "I am withdrawing," which is why they're easy to miss or dismiss as just having a bad day. Yet if you start noticing a pattern, less need to connect, more silence, or someone giving off the vibe that they're emotionally gone, it's worth paying closer attention. Often, withdrawal shows up in seemingly small ways, but these tiny signs pack a punch because they reflect an inner desire to distance or disconnect. Other signals can include physical or emotional avoidance, like them consistently canceling plans at the last minute, avoiding conversations about the relationship, or even becoming overly preoccupied with other things in a way that seems designed to steer clear of meaningful interaction. You might observe a person becoming more disengaged during conversations or acting indifferent to topics they previously cared about. They may also seem absorbed, distracted, or just not there mentally, even if they appear physically present. This disconnect isn't always intentional. Sometimes, people shut down because they feel overwhelmed, hurt, or unsure how to communicate their feelings. Recognizing these signs isn't about accusing or jumping to conclusions. It's about noticing a shift in their behavior that indicates something's brewing underneath the surface. Here's what to notice next time. Look for consistency in these behaviors. A one-off slip is normal, but a sustained change usually signals something more significant happening beneath the surface. Once you start catching these signs of withdrawal, it's crucial to understand what they truly signify. Emotional distance often manifests when someone is feeling vulnerable, hurt, or overwhelmed, sometimes all at once. Instead of a personal rejection, it's more like a shield going up to protect their own feelings. The other side of understanding is recognizing that pulling back is rarely about you specifically. It's often about their own internal struggles or fears of being hurt, rejected, or misunderstood. Responding to this can be tricky because it's tempting to push for answers or demand clarity, but that might only make the withdrawing person feel more cornered or misunderstood. Instead, offering patience and creating a safe space for them can be more effective. Showing that you're available if they want to talk, without pressuring them, can encourage them to open up when they're ready. Sometimes, these moments are less about words and more about simply being present, listening without judgment, accepting silence, or giving space. It's helpful to remember that emotional distance often reflects a need for self-preservation rather than rejection. People pull away because they're trying to process their feelings or regain their sense of safety within the relationship. When responding, avoid reacting with frustration or making the other person feel guilty. Instead, ask gentle, open-ended questions like, "I've noticed you seem quieter lately. Do you want to talk about anything?" Or, "I'm here if you need me." These kinds of questions say, "I see you, I'm here, and I respect your space," rather than demanding explanations or pushing for immediate resolution. The goal isn't to fix the problem in a hurry, but to reassure the other person that their feelings are valid. Remember, giving them time and space often encourages them to reconnect on their own terms, rather than feeling pressured to explain or justify their withdrawal. Throughout this process, patience and compassion are your best allies, allowing trust to rebuild naturally over time. Practice the trust temperature scan. Imagine you're in a conversation and suddenly you notice a subtle shift, perhaps a stiffening of posture, a quick glance away, or even a slight change in tone. These small cues are what I like to call the trust signals, and they're often the first signs that trust isn't quite solid. The idea behind the trust temperature scan is to get comfortable noticing these signs early, in real time, before they snowball into bigger issues or misunderstandings. It's like having a built-in radar that alerts you to how someone really feels about you, even when they're not saying it outright. This method is simple but surprisingly powerful if you pay attention. Instead of waiting for someone to verbally express doubt or discomfort, you train yourself to pick up on their nonverbals, such as facial expressions, gestures, breathing patterns, or micromovements. For example, If someone's voice rises unexpectedly, they lean back, or their eyes dart around, it may signal they've mentally checked out or are feeling unsure. Recognizing these moments as they happen allows you to adapt your approach instantly, changing your tone, asking clarifying questions, or shifting topics before the trust slips further away. The goal isn't to become a human lie detector, but to develop an intuitive feel for the temperature of the trust you're building so you can steer conversations more consciously. To put this into practice, start by observing tiny cues in everyday interactions, whether it's a friend sharing personal news or a coworker during a team meeting. Notice how their body language aligns or conflicts with what they're saying. Do they seem genuinely engaged or slightly defensive? Does their voice sound warm and open or clipped and guarded? You'll quickly realize that trust isn't just about words. It's about the entire body language orchestra. The moment you start paying close attention, you gain a quiet superpower, the ability to sense when trust is wavering, and more importantly, to respond in real time to strengthen it. Once you've tuned into those trust signals, the next step is to use what you see and hear to modify your approach immediately. If you sense hesitancy or discomfort from someone, try softening your tone or shifting the focus to something they're more comfortable with. If their body language suggests skepticism, like crossed arms or leaning away, you might gently acknowledge the feeling or invite them to share more about their thoughts. This isn't about slapdash reassurance, but about genuine responsiveness that shows you're tuned in and care about their experience in the moment. When you adjust on the fly, you create a space where trust can rebuild or deepen, instead of stagnating or unraveling. For example, if a colleague seems distracted and distant, instead of pushing forward with your agenda, pause and ask, "Is there something I can clarify or address?" This small move signals that you're aware and willing to meet them where they are. It often catches people off guard, in a good way, because most conversations follow the pattern of one person talking while the other waits for their turn. When you respond proactively to trust cues, you foster a sense of safety and respect, encouraging openness and vulnerability. Practically, this means practicing active listening combined with intentional observation. Notice shifts in facial expressions, micromovements, vocal tone, and even breathing patterns. When a sign indicates discomfort or hesitation, respond in a way that reinforces trust, such as using empathetic language, clarifying intentions, or simply giving space. Over time, you'll build a kind of trust compass that guides your interactions without needing complex techniques. It becomes second nature, and your ability to connect genuinely improves dramatically. Remember, the key is not just to spot the signals, but to act on them in ways that build rapport and understanding. Chapter 7. People show you who they are in micro-moments. Moments of dismissal, inclusion, deflection. Sometimes, it's the tiniest flicker in someone's expression or the briefest hesitation in their voice that talks the loudest. These micro-moments, often fleeting and easy to overlook, carry powerful messages about what someone truly feels, whether they're comfortable, annoyed, anxious, or even resigned. For example, you might notice a slight narrowing of the eyes when someone is asked a tough question or a subtle tightness in their jaw that hints at discomfort. These small cues aren't loud or obvious, but if you pay close enough attention, they unveil where a person's real emotions lie, beneath their words. The key is sharpening your awareness to catch these microgestures that slip through the cracks of everyday conversation. Have you ever noticed how someone's posture shifts in a split second when a topic becomes uncomfortable? Or how their fingers tap anxiously when they're hiding frustration? These tiny signals act like emotional barometers, often revealing more than what's being said outright. Micro-moments aren't about overly analyzing every gesture, but about noticing consistent patterns that contrast with their words. If they say, "I'm fine," but their shoulders tense or they avoid eye contact, there's likely a disconnect between their words and feelings. By tuning into these small details, you can read the unspoken truths that shape interactions, allowing for a deeper understanding beyond social masks and surface politeness. Paying attention to these micro-moments isn't about judging or jumping to conclusions. It's about creating an intuitive sense of where someone's emotional state is at any given moment. Think of it as viewing a person's overall mood through their tiny signals, like a series of whispers rather than shouting. Over time, recognizing these subtle cues becomes second nature, helping you react more skillfully in conversations. For example, catching someone rubbing their neck when they're discussing a problem might signal discomfort or hesitation they're unwilling to directly voice. These micro-moments are often brief, but their impact is lasting if you learn to spot and interpret them correctly. Sometimes what people do outweighs what they say, especially when it comes to emotions or hidden intentions. Small gestures, like a hurried glance, a quick smile that doesn't quite reach the eyes, or a tiny shrug, can communicate disinterest, sarcasm, or even rejection more clearly than the words themselves. Think about a friend who says, "I'm fine," but in the same breath, they scoff and avoid eye contact. The gesture is louder than the phrase, indicating they're far from okay. These silent signals can override verbal assurances, revealing feelings that are deliberately or unconsciously suppressed. Recognizing this disconnect can help you respond more genuinely and avoid misunderstandings that stem from taking words at face value alone. Small gestures often serve as the body's way of filling in the gaps when words fall short or are intentionally kept vague. For example, someone giving a quick, dismissive wave when asked about a difficult subject might want to shut down the conversation altogether. A nervous laugh when discussing serious matters can be a sign of discomfort or avoidance rather than amusement. These gestures sometimes feel subconscious. People are unaware of how much they reveal because they've practiced hiding their true feelings. The trick is to observe the entire context of a person's body language, facial expressions, and tone of voice, rather than relying solely on their words. Often, when small gestures clash with spoken words, it's a red flag that there's more beneath the surface. Mastering the art of interpreting small gestures requires a mix of patience, curiosity, and a bit of skepticism. It's easy to dismiss cues as nervous tics or accidental movements, but when they occur repeatedly or in specific contexts, they gain significance. For example, if someone constantly glances at the door while discussing a topic, it might suggest they're eager to escape or change the subject. Those tiny actions, though seemingly insignificant, can carry enormous weight. When you recognize that gestures can cancel out or override words, you gain a more honest picture of what's really happening in any interaction. The power of small tells in relationships. Have you ever noticed how someone's posture shifts subtly when they feel truly at ease versus when they're guarded or distant? These tiny signals, often so small they seem almost accidental, can reveal a lot about how someone truly feels inside. For example, leaning slightly forward during a conversation usually signals interest or comfort, while crossing arms might hint at defensiveness or a desire to create space. Facial expressions can also be telling. Relaxed eyes, genuine smiles, or softening of features often point to genuine connection, whereas tight lips or darting eyes suggest discomfort or disengagement. The idea isn't just to look for one cue, but to observe how these micro-movements cluster together over time. It's easy to dismiss these cues as insignificant, but in many cases, they're the subtle signals that betray what words often hide. If someone leans in during a chat or mirroring your facial expressions, they are likely feeling comfortable or even drawn to you. Conversely, when they pull back, avoid eye contact, or fidget, it usually indicates a barrier, whether they're feeling overwhelmed, uninterested, or simply trying to maintain distance. Recognizing these tiny signs can help you understand if the person across from you is opening up, feeling safe, or starting to withdraw. These cues are often unconscious, making them tricky to false flag, but if you pay close attention, the clues are right there in front of you. Next time you're in a conversation, start to notice how people's bodies naturally respond. Are they mirroring your posture? Are their legs or feet pointing towards you? Do they seem relaxed or tense? When you pick up on these signals, you have a powerful tool to gauge how well the connection is progressing or whether things are cooling off. The trick is to stay curious rather than judgmental. These cues aren't about assigning blame, but about understanding the unspoken language that characters in your social sphere are speaking without realizing it. The more attentive you are to tiny cues, the more accurately you can interpret their mood or comfort level without words clouding the message. Microtells aren't just fascinating patterns of body language. They're practical tools for navigating social situations. In group settings, these small signals can tell you whether your message is landing, if people are engaged, or if someone is quietly tuning out. For example, when someone leans forward or maintains eye contact, they are signaling interest, and you can naturally deepen the conversation. On the other hand, if many in the room start fidgeting, avoiding eye contact, or glance at their phones, it's a sign that the mood might not be right or that attention is waning. Recognizing these cues lets you adapt on the fly, perhaps by changing the topic, adding humor, or softening your tone to regain engagement. In one-on-one interactions, microtells can serve as a bridge to deepen your relationship. Noticing a slight smile when sharing a joke or a relaxed posture during a personal story indicates genuine connection. Conversely, if someone starts crossing their arms or glancing away after a few moments, it's a sign to adjust. Maybe you're pushing too hard or revealing something too personal too soon. By noticing these subtle signs, you can pace the conversation better, ensuring it feels comfortable and natural for both of you. Reading microtells allows you to tune into the unspoken needs and boundaries of others, which can make interactions feel less awkward and more authentic. Beyond individual conversations, these cues can also guide your overall reading of a social environment. Are people leaning into a group discussion or sitting back in silence? Are their feet pointed toward the speaker or away? These signals can show you who's genuinely engaged and who might be just politely listening. In settings where you want to foster openness, like networking events or team meetings, being attuned to these subtle human signals can help you identify who is receptive or hesitant, so you can choose your approach wisely. The goal isn't to manipulate, but to connect more naturally by recognizing and respecting each person's comfort level. Mastering this kind of observation takes practice, but once you start to notice the tiny details, it becomes an instinct. Next time you're in a conversation, test your awareness. Notice how your own body reacts. Do you lean in or back? And see if others mirror your cues. This mutual mirroring creates a silent dialogue that can significantly strengthen your connection. Remember, the small tells are often the loudest signals. Being attentive to them gives you an edge in turning superficial exchanges into meaningful relationships. It was just a joke, and the story under the joke. Ever noticed how some jokes seem to come out of nowhere? And sometimes they feel more like a thinly veiled shield than genuine laughter? Humor is often used as a social tool, a way to connect or ease tension. But beneath the punchline, there can be hidden layers, sometimes hiding discomfort, insecurity, or vulnerability. When someone cracks a joke about themselves or a sensitive subject, they're often trying to steer the conversation away from their real feelings or fears. It's like using humor as a mask, a way to make a difficult topic seem less intimidating, even to themselves. This behavior appeals because it offers a temporary escape from uncomfortable truths, transforming what feels fragile into something more manageable, a punchline that hides the real story. Think about it this way. Whenever someone laughs off an awkward comment or makes a joke about a personal flaw, they might be signaling something deeper. Perhaps they're worried about being judged or judged harshly, so humor becomes an armor that allows them to reveal a sliver of vulnerability without exposing their full self. You might notice that these jokes often involve topics that touch on fears, insecurities, or feelings of inadequacy. The joke helps them control the narrative, shaping how others see their fragility while avoiding direct confrontation of their feelings. Recognizing this isn't about reading into every joke, but understanding that humor often serves as a defense mechanism, a way to hide discomfort under the guise of a laugh. Here's what to notice next time. The tone, timing, and the subject matter can give clues about whether humor masks vulnerability or simply aims to amuse. Deciphering whether a joke is meant to be lighthearted or if it's hiding something more complex requires us to pay close attention to context and subtle cues. When someone makes a joke in a conversation, ask yourself, what's the underlying message? Is it an attempt to engage and connect, or does it seem to deflect? Sometimes, a joke can serve as an icebreaker, meant to diffuse tension or create camaraderie. Other times, it may be a way of subtly criticizing or undermining someone without outright confrontation. If you notice a joke that targets a sensitive area, consider whether the person who made it appears anxious, defensive, or reluctant to address their true feelings directly. Evaluating intent isn't about jumping to conclusions, but developing an awareness of patterns. For example, if someone consistently uses humor to dismiss their own weaknesses or uncomfortable topics, it's a sign they might be trying to hide vulnerability. Also, look at their body language and tone. Are they genuinely relaxed or slightly defensive? Is there any hesitation or nervousness they're masking with a grin? These nuances can reveal whether the joke is an honest attempt at humor or a shield against emotional exposure. Sometimes, asking a gentle, open-ended question after a joke, like "Are you joking?" or "Is there something you're holding back?" can provide insight. The key here is to observe the bigger picture rather than fixate on individual remarks, which helps foster a more understanding response rather than reacting defensively or or judgmentally. Keep in mind that people often use humor as a way to connect while avoiding vulnerability. Recognizing intentions behind jokes can improve conversations by allowing you to respond more thoughtfully, respecting others' boundaries while clarifying your own. When you notice repeated patterns where humor seems to serve as a shield, you can choose to respond with gentle curiosity or empathy, which often encourages openness rather than defensiveness. Remember, not every joke carries hidden pain, but if you develop a habit of tuning into these subtleties, you'll better understand what's being communicated beneath the surface. The next time you hear a joke about something personal or sensitive, ask yourself, what might this person be trying to protect or hide? That awareness can change how you engage and foster deeper trust over time. Practice the social replay exercise, reflecting without spiraling. Imagine you've just had a conversation that didn't go quite as smoothly as you hoped. Maybe you felt misunderstood, or perhaps you flew off the handle over something small. Instead of dwelling on what went wrong or overanalyzing every word or glance, the social replay exercise encourages you to step back and review that interaction with a clear mind. Think of it like rewinding a scene in a movie, but without the dramatics or over-the-top commentary. The goal is to observe what actually happened without salt and peppering it with your own interpretations, keeping your focus on facts, not assumptions. It's a way to gain perspective, especially when emotions are running high, but without falling into the trap of spiraling into negative thoughts about yourself or others. This technique works well because it helps you detach from the emotional charge of the moment, making it easier to see things as they really are. The trick is to imagine yourself as a neutral observer, watching yourself and the other person in that interaction. Notice what was said, what wasn't said, and how both of you responded, without jumping to conclusions about what it all means. For instance, instead of thinking, I must have offended them, you observe that they looked away or hesitated before replying. This approach avoids the common tendency to overinterpret every cue, which often leads to misunderstandings and self-criticism. As you practice, you'll find it becomes easier to take a step back, see what's genuinely there, and avoid the rabbit hole of negative self-talk that often follows a social stumble. The key is to stay curious about your actual experience instead of rushing to label or judge it. Another important part of this exercise is to establish a habit of recording your reflections. Whether it's through journaling, voice notes, or a mental checklist, take a moment afterward to ask yourself, what actually happened? What did I say or do? What did the other person do or say? Try to stick to observable facts, like they looked away when I mentioned the project, rather than subjective judgments like they're upset with me. Over time, this practice trains your mind to distinguish between what is real and what is guesswork. It can be tempting to spiral into endless what-ifs. But the aim is to anchor yourself in what you genuinely saw or heard, not what you fear might be true. As you become more skilled at this, you'll notice your reactions reducing in intensity, and your ability to handle ambiguous social situations improves steadily. Think of it as clearing your mental fog. Once you get a clear picture, navigating subsequent interactions becomes less daunting. Let's clarify how to do this practically. First, immediately after a social interaction, be it a quick chat or a lengthy discussion, pause and reflect. If you're doing this in real time, find a quiet space, or even pause mid-conversation if possible. If not, do it shortly afterward. Recall what was said, how it was said, and how you felt at that moment. Write down or mentally note, what were the key points? Did anyone say something surprising or confusing? What cues did you notice? Facial expressions, tone of voice, body language. Was there anything that struck you as inconsistent or noteworthy? Most importantly, avoid assigning motives or judgments just yet. This is purely about recording observations, not conclusions. Over time, this habit makes it easier to be objective about your social world, reducing misinterpretations and helping you respond more thoughtfully rather than reactively. When practicing this exercise, remember to be gentle with yourself. It's normal to want to analyze, overthink, and criticize, but the goal here is to build awareness without getting caught up in negative loops. By consistently observing your interactions without overinterpretation, you strengthen your skill in reading cues more accurately and responding more intentionally. Over time, you'll notice that your mind naturally filters out a lot of unnecessary worry, and your social confidence grows because you're learning to see situations as they are, no more, no less. Keep the focus on facts, stay curious about your experience, and watch how this practice gradually rewires your response patterns, helping you become a more grounded communicator. Chapter 8: Projection and Emotional Static. When you're reading yourself, not them. Have you ever caught yourself reacting more strongly to someone's comment or gesture than the situation perhaps deserved? That's often your brain's sneaky way of filtering what it sees and hears through a lens of biases, personal beliefs, past experiences, cultural influences, or even fleeting moods. We all carry these mental shortcuts. They're like default filters we aren't always aware of. These biases shape what we pay attention to, how we interpret others' actions, and what meaning we attach to their words. If you think about it, the way we perceive situations is less about the actual facts and more about how our mind frames them. The problem is that these biases can distort reality, making us see or hear what isn't really there. That's why it's vital to notice your own filters before jumping to conclusions about someone else's intentions. For example, if you've had a rough day, you might interpret a colleague's neutral comment as criticism, simply because your mood is clouded by stress. Or maybe you've grown up in an environment that trained you to see certain behaviors as threatening or dismissive. These ingrained beliefs influence your perceptions without you even realizing it. What's tricky is that our biases often act like tinted glasses, sometimes subtle, sometimes glaring, blocking us from seeing clearly. Becoming aware of these biases isn't about changing who you are, but about sharpening your perceptions. Recognizing your own filters allows you to question whether what you're seeing is genuinely aligned with reality or just an echo of your assumptions. This step is critical because it forms the foundation for understanding others more accurately and fairly. Here's what to notice next time. Pay attention to your gut reactions. Notice if certain thoughts or feelings come up immediately in response to someone's words or actions. Ask yourself whether those reactions are based on facts, or if they're colored by old stories or stereotypes. When possible, pause and reflect before reacting. This habit can reveal hidden biases and give you a chance to see the situation more objectively. It's also helpful to keep a mental or even physical journal of those moments. What triggered you, what assumptions you made, and whether those assumptions played out truthfully. Over time, you'll develop a clearer picture of your perceptual filters and how they influence your interactions. Imagine walking into a room where everyone else is chatting and laughing, but your own mood is sour. Maybe you're tired, worried, or just having a rough day. It's tempting to see their happiness as superficial or even dismiss their friendliness because your emotional state colors your perception. This is a common trap, letting your feelings drown out the subtle cues that tell you what's really going on. Emotions are powerful. They act like magnifiers or distorters of social signals. If you're upset, you might interpret a neutral comment as confrontational. If you're feeling confident, you might see subtle gestures as signs of agreement or affection. Separating your feelings from actual cues is about creating space between what you feel and what's happening outside of you. It's about learning to tune into the cues, body language, tone, facial expressions, without letting your emotional loudness drown them out. One effective way to do this is to develop what some call emotional awareness. Simply noticing what you're feeling at any given moment without trying to change it. Recognizing that your mood is influencing your perception can be eye-opening. For example, if you notice yourself feeling prickly or defensive, ask yourself, am I reacting to this situation or just how I feel right now? Practicing this awareness helps you to step back and better assess the real message behind someone's words. It also involves checking in with your physical sensations, like tension, quickened heartbeat, or restlessness, which often signal that your emotions are hijacking your ability to see clearly. Once you acknowledge your emotional state, you can consciously decide whether to trust your initial impression or to look deeper, beyond your feelings. To get better at this, try framing reactions as questions rather than conclusions. Instead of reacting impulsively, say, snapping at a colleague, pause and ask, is this response driven by what they said or just how I'm feeling right now? This small shift helps you separate emotional noise from real signals. Make it a habit to revisit your reactions after some time has passed. Did your initial impression hold up, or was it a product of your mood? This process doesn't mean suppressing feelings, but rather gaining clarity on how they influence your perception. Over time, you'll find it easier to keep your emotional reactions in check, allowing you to interpret cues with greater accuracy and less personal distortion. Remember, the goal isn't to suppress your feelings or pretend they aren't there, but to recognize when they're clouding your judgment. Focus on grounding yourself in observable facts, what you see, hear, and physically sense, before jumping to conclusions based on emotion. This approach can significantly improve how you interpret social cues and prevent misunderstandings that often stem from emotional confusion. The next time you find yourself overwhelmed by feelings, take a deep breath and ask, "What's really happening here, and how am I feeling about it?" This simple question can be a powerful tool for reading yourself more accurately and creating space for more genuine understanding of others. How trauma, assumptions, and old patterns get in the way. Think about the last time you reacted strongly to something that seemed minor on the surface, maybe a harsh word from a friend or a dismissive comment from a coworker. Often, those emotional responses are rooted in our history, shaped by experiences that we might not even remember consciously. Our brains are like great archivists. They record every significant event, especially those that carry emotional weight. Over time, these memories form a lens through which we view the world, coloring how we interpret current situations. Imagine you grew up in an environment where being ignored was common, perhaps because the adults around you were overwhelmed or distracted. Later in life, even a passing glance from someone else might feel like rejection, triggering old feelings of loneliness or inadequacy. This is because your past has wired your perception in such a way that certain cues, like being ignored, are associated with hurt just as they were years earlier. Our past experiences act as mental shortcuts, helping us make sense of the world quickly, but often at the cost of accuracy. What makes this tricky is that these patterns operate mostly outside of conscious awareness. We assume we're reacting to the present moment, but really, we're reliving old stories. These stories can be about abandonment, betrayal, failure, or whatever else our brain decided was significant. Because the brain favors familiarity, it can stick to these mental templates, even when they're no longer useful or true. Recognizing this is important because it opens the door to questioning whether our reactions stem from the current event or from an old wound trying to surface. Understanding this influence involves noticing your internal chatter, the assumptions that go unchallenged, and the automatic feelings that come up. If you often feel threatened without a clear reason or perceive criticism where none exists, it's a sign that past experiences are coloring your perceptions. The more you become aware of these patterns, the better equipped you are to differentiate between what's real right now and what's a projection of something you've stored away in your memory banks. Here's what to notice next time. When you find yourself overreacting or feeling unexpectedly upset, pause and ask yourself whether this feeling has a pattern. Have you felt this way before? Did similar situations trigger a comparable response? Are there underlying themes from your past that may be influencing your current perception? This kind of reflection can reveal how much of your current reactions are colored by old stories rather than the actual situation at hand. One of the most useful tools for dealing with old patterns is developing the ability to tell the difference between what you're projecting and what's actually happening. Projection is like putting on a pair of glasses tinted with all your past hurts and assumptions. When you project, you interpret someone's words or actions based on your internal blueprint, rather than what they truly intend. It's like seeing the world through a filter that exaggerates threats or dismissiveness, even when none was meant. Training yourself to notice when you're projecting involves a mix of curiosity and skepticism about your initial impressions. For example, if you feel dismissed or misunderstood, instead of immediately assuming the worst, like they don't care about me or I'm not worth listening to, stop and ask, is this perception based solely on my past experiences? Often, pausing in this way reveals that your feelings are tied more to old wounds than to the current situation. Seeing this distinction doesn't diminish your feelings, it simply clarifies their origin. To develop this awareness further, it helps to ask some simple questions. Am I interpreting this situation based on what's actually happening right now? Or is there evidence that contradicts my initial assumption? Engaging in this mental check can be eye-opening, especially if you're used to jumping to conclusions. Over time, this becomes a habit, an internal dialogue where you check whether your perception aligns with the facts, or if it's a story your mind has spun out of past pain. Another effective step is practicing mindfulness, staying present with your feelings without judgment. When you notice an emotional surge, observe it as if you're watching someone else experience it. This perspective helps create space between stimulus and response, giving you a chance to choose whether to react based on the past or to respond freshly rooted in what's real. Here's a simple exercise. Next time you feel upset or misunderstood, take a moment to pause. Then state internally, this feeling might be coming from an old story. Follow that with a question like, what is actually happening right now? This tiny shift in perspective can be enough to prevent old wounds from dictating your behavior and reactions. After all, awareness is the foundation for change. If you don't recognize the pattern, it's nearly impossible to change it. Practice. Is this about now or about then? Filter. Imagine you're in the middle of a conversation, and suddenly your mind drifts to something that happened yesterday or even a week ago. That moment of distraction isn't just about minor forgetfulness. It's a pattern we often fall into, reacting, judging, or interpreting based on past experiences rather than what's happening right now. To keep ourselves from falling into this trap, a straightforward mental trick can help anchor us. Asking, is this about now or about then? This simple question acts like a mental flag, nudging you to check whether your focus lies on the present scene or on memories, assumptions, or judgments from the past. When you practice regularly, this habit shifts your awareness from being consumed by old stories to genuinely experiencing the current moment, making your observations more precise and less colored by bias. This approach is not about suppressing thoughts or denying the past, but about differentiating between memory-based reactions and real-time experiences. Think of it as a mental filter that prevents the noise of yesterday from cluttering today's understanding. For example, if you feel irritated during a meeting, instead of automatically reacting or assuming you know what someone meant, pause and ask yourself if that irritation stems from something that really happened now or from an old grudge. Over time, this helps you see what's actually unfolding around you rather than getting caught up in your mental stories. It's a tiny but powerful shift that keeps your focus rooted in the current landscape, making your responses more thoughtful and less knee-jerk. Practicing this filter consistently transforms how you notice things. It trains your mind to be a vigilant observer rather than a reactive participant. The key isn't to eliminate thoughts about then, but to recognize when they're influencing your perception unintentionally. Once you catch yourself drifting into past narratives, gently remind yourself that you're here, now. This can be done quietly in your head or as a brief mental note. Over days and weeks, you'll find yourself less likely to unconsciously project old stories onto new situations, leading to clearer judgment and healthier interactions. Keep in mind that this mental tool is adaptable. Sometimes, it's enough just to notice that your mind has wandered into the past, and other times, it requires a deliberate pause to reset your attention. Either way, it's a straightforward way to bring your awareness explicitly back to the present moment. Our default mode tends to be reactive. Our brain's wired to respond quickly, often based on past experiences and assumptions. While reacting can sometimes be efficient, in most social situations it leads to misunderstandings and unnecessary conflicts. When you start approaching interactions with this, is this about now or about then? Filter, you begin to notice how often your reactions are rooted in stories from the past rather than the actual present circumstances. For instance, if someone criticizes your work, it's easy to respond defensively, especially if past criticisms still sting. But by pausing to consider if your reaction is based on this specific critique or an old wound, you create space for a more measured response. This simple shift keeps emotional reactions from spiraling out of control and allows you to listen more objectively. This mindful questioning doesn't mean suppressing emotions or brushing aside genuine concerns, but rather avoiding automatic, knee-jerk responses that may escalate tensions unnecessarily. When you notice yourself gearing up to defend or justify, ask internally whether your reaction is tied to the present reality or to some unresolved issue from your past. Doing so gradually weakens the grip of reactive patterns, making you more aware of what truly matters in the moment. This clarity creates room for better understanding, whether you're communicating with colleagues, friends, or family. You may find that your words become more precise, your tone softer, and your patience more resilient, all because you're explicitly choosing to anchor your awareness here and now, instead of riding the roller coaster of old emotional scripts. The result: interactions become less about defending yourself against invisible threats and more about understanding what's actually happening. An added benefit of reducing reactive tendencies is that it enhances your capacity for empathy. When you're less caught up in defending your own story, you can better hear where others are coming from. This approach is not about suppressing your feelings, but observing them and making space for another's perspective. Many misunderstandings stem from reacting before truly understanding, and this mental filter provides a corrective lens. A simple practice to reinforce this habit is to check in with yourself right after a charged moment. Did I respond to what was really said, or was I reacting to something from the past? With consistent effort, this question becomes second nature, and you'll likely notice a shift in how you process your experiences. Less knee-jerk, more thoughtful. That's a huge step toward clearer understanding and more genuine connections. Emotional accuracy versus emotional reactivity. Imagine you're stuck in traffic, and suddenly someone cuts you off. Your first instinct might be to honk loudly, shout a few choice words, or maybe even flip the bird. These reactions are quick and often driven by emotion, but they don't necessarily reflect what you're truly feeling or thinking. There's a big difference between noticing your feelings, say, irritation or anger, and acting on them without pausing. Recognizing this distinction is like having a mental filter that keeps your reactions in check. When you start to notice your initial surge of frustration, you give yourself a moment to decide if you want to escalate, stay calm, or perhaps respond more thoughtfully. Perceiving feelings accurately means understanding what you're feeling in real time. It's noticing the physical sensations, the tightness in your stomach, the racing heartbeat, or the clenching of your jaw, without immediately jumping to conclusions or acting on impulse. Reacting impulsively, on the other hand, is often driven by a knee-jerk response that bypasses this awareness, leading you to say or do things you'd later regret. Think of it like this. Perceiving is like being the audience listening in on your own mind, whereas reacting is like throwing the microphone into chaos before you've even processed the sound. The key here is becoming aware of your emotional state without necessarily acting on it, giving you a moment to choose a response instead of simply acting out a feeling. Developing this ability starts with small practices, pausing during emotional moments, asking yourself questions like, what am I feeling right now? Or why am I reacting this way? It's about cultivating a habit of mindful observation, rather than automatic reactions. For instance, when you notice your blood pressure rising during a heated conversation, instead of firing back with criticism or shutting down, you recognize that reaction as a burst of emotion. This acknowledgement allows you to breathe, cool down, and think. Over time, this skill helps you distinguish between feeling and reacting, empowering you to respond intentionally even in stressful situations. Remember, it's not about suppressing feelings, but understanding them enough to choose how to act on them. Suppose you're in a meeting and someone criticizes your work unfairly. Your first instinct might be to defend yourself defensively or lash back defensively. But here's the thing, emotional intelligence isn't about suppressing these feelings. It's about staying connected to them without losing yourself in them. It's like holding a delicate glass in your hand. The more you practice emotional intelligence, the more you can acknowledge that feeling, anger, hurt, frustration, without immediately react. Staying present means being aware of your emotions in real time, understanding their source, and choosing a response that aligns with your goals rather than your immediate impulses. Building this kind of resilience involves developing skills like self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, and social skills. Self-awareness is recognizing your emotional state as it happens. Self-regulation involves managing or calming these feelings so they don't control you. Empathy helps you see the situation from others' perspectives, which softens the instinct to retaliate. For example, if someone snipes at you during a conversation, instead of responding defensively, you can practice understanding that they might be having a bad day or feeling insecure. This perspective allows you to stay calm rather than escalate the conflict. Practical exercises for strengthening emotional intelligence include journaling your feelings, practicing mindfulness, and actively listening to others without immediate judgment. Ultimately, the goal is to respond from a place of clarity, not chaos. Being able to stay present when emotions run high isn't about avoiding feelings or putting on a brave face. It's about creating a mental space where feelings are acknowledged but not allowed to hijack your behavior. For everyone, these skills take time and patience to develop, but the payoff is significant. When you can observe your emotions without immediately acting on them, you gain control over your reactions, foster healthier relationships, and reduce the likelihood of regret. Remember, reactions are often automatic, responses are intentional. So, next time you find yourself overwhelmed by emotion, pause, breathe, and ask, what am I really feeling, and how do I want to show up right now? That single question can change many interactions for the better. Chapter 9. Empathy without overwhelm. How to stay tuned in without drowning. Imagine spending your day listening intently to others, your heart open, offering support, only to find yourself drained by the end. That's a familiar scenario for many, especially those who naturally want to help. Empathy is a powerful tool that helps us connect, but when it's unchecked or unbalanced, it can become a heavy burden. The key isn't shutting down your feelings, but learning how to engage compassionately without sacrificing your well-being. Think of empathy as a garden. You need to nurture it, but also know when to step back to let it breathe. One common trap people fall into is mistaking empathy for taking on other people's emotional loads as their own. When this happens, you start feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or emotionally burnt out. To avoid this, you need conscious boundaries, healthy limits that protect your energy while still allowing you to be present. Setting these boundaries doesn't mean you become distant or uncaring. It simply means you recognize where your responsibility ends and theirs begins. For instance, instead of taking on all their worries, you acknowledge their feelings and gently remind yourself that their journey is theirs, not yours to carry entirely. Practicing self-care becomes essential in this balancing act. This isn't just about occasional treats or a good night's sleep, but about building daily habits that replenish your emotional reserves. This could include carving out quiet moments to reconnect with yourself, engaging in activities that lift your mood, or simply recognizing your limits and respecting them. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup, so tending to your mental and emotional health isn't selfish. It's a necessity. If you don't prioritize yourself, you'll likely find your capacity to help others diminishes quickly, leading to fatigue and frustration. Here's a thought to keep in mind. Notice how your body reacts during and after interactions. Do your shoulders tense up? Are your thoughts racing? These physical signs are cues that you're reaching your limit. When you become aware of these signals, it's time to step back, breathe, and engage in some quick self-soothing. That might be a few deep breaths, a brief stretch, or a mental reminder that it's okay to pause. Over time, these little checks can become an automatic part of your interactions, making it easier to stay emotionally healthy without feeling guilty. Practicing self-awareness about your emotional state allows you to stay tuned in without drowning. It's not about becoming indifferent, quite the opposite. You want to maintain genuine connection while ensuring your energy remains intact. Remember, caring deeply doesn't mean sacrificing yourself. It's about learning to listen with your heart, but also with your boundaries firmly in place. When you're mindful of your limits, you're better equipped to offer support that's sustainable rather than a temporary band-aid for your own exhaustion. One effective way to keep this balance is by creating rituals or routines that help you reset. For example, after engaging in emotionally taxing conversations, take a moment to process your feelings separately from theirs. This can involve journaling, a short walk, or a quick meditation. These practices help you reset your emotional baseline, so you're not carrying other people's burdens everywhere you go. The goal is to stay receptive without becoming overwhelmed, a skill that takes time and consistent attention. Ultimately, you can learn to distinguish between being compassionate and being overwhelmed. This shift in perspective is liberating, freeing you from guilt when you need to put your own needs first. Think of empathy as a muscle. You strengthen it by practice, but you also need to give it rest and care. That way, you keep your ability to connect genuine and robust, rather than brittle and strained. When you respect your limits, you'll find it easier to be both present and resilient. Your emotional health becomes the foundation for meaningful relationships, not a casualty of your desire to help. Maintaining clarity during emotionally charged interactions often hinges on your ability to stay centered and aware of your own mental space. When someone shares a difficult story or vents their frustrations, it's easy to get swept into their emotional storm, especially if you're genuinely empathetic. But losing your own footing means you won't be effective in helping or listening. A simple trick is to visualize a mental buffer around your mind, like a clear boundary that allows you to listen without absorbing every detail or feeling. This mental space acts as a safeguard, keeping your focus on understanding rather than internalizing. Another useful approach involves asking yourself key questions during conversations. For example, what am I feeling right now? Or where do my responsibilities end? These questions help clarify whether you're offering support or unintentionally taking on emotional responsibility that isn't yours. Developing this self-awareness can be done gradually. Begin by pausing for a moment before responding, giving yourself a second to gauge your emotional state and the purpose of the interaction. This pause can prevent knee-jerk reactions and bring clarity to your intentions. Boundaries aren't just about saying no or withdrawing. They are about defining what's acceptable for you and communicating that gently when needed. For instance, if someone constantly drains your energy by venting over every minor issue, you might say, "I'm here for you, but I also need a little time to process my own thoughts." It's about framing your limits as caring rather than rejection. Clear boundaries foster respect, and they help you prevent fatigue while still maintaining a supportive presence. When people understand where you draw the line, interactions become more manageable and less draining. Practice also involves recognizing triggers, certain topics, patterns, or behaviors that tend to unbalance you. Once you identify these, you can develop specific strategies to handle them. For example, if you notice you become overwhelmed after prolonged exposure to negativity, you might set time limits on conversations or plan uplifting activities afterward. Creating small routines, like taking a few deep breaths before responding or stepping away briefly, can help regain your mental clarity. These habits act as anchors, helping you stay grounded amidst emotional chaos. Applying mindfulness techniques can dramatically improve your boundary-setting skills. When you're fully present, you're more aware of your feelings and physical sensations, which serve as valuable signals. Even a few seconds of focused breathing during difficult conversations can restore your clarity and help you check your boundaries. Over time, these practices build a kind of muscle memory. So instead of reacting impulsively, you respond intentionally, keeping conversations aligned with your emotional health. Finally, remember that boundaries are not static. They evolve with your experiences. Regularly check in with yourself and adjust boundaries as needed, especially after particularly intense interactions. Keeping your boundaries clear and firm doesn't make you less compassionate. It makes you better at being present and genuinely helpful. When you respect your limits, you create space to listen, understand, and support without feeling like you're drowning or running on empty. That kind of clarity becomes a foundation for honest, sustainable relationships with others, whether they are friends, family, or colleagues. Reading people versus absorbing them. Imagine you're sitting across from someone who's pouring out their heart about a tough situation. You listen, nod, and maybe even offer a comforting smile. But then, without realizing it, you start feeling their pain as if it were your own, losing sight of where their feelings end and yours begin. That's the tricky part of reading people. Distinguishing between genuinely understanding their experience and simply absorbing their emotions like a sponge soaking up water. Empathic insight is about tuning in, picking up on cues, understanding perspectives, and feeling connected, without losing your sense of self. It's like being a good listener who can stand in someone else's shoes without completely tripping over your own. Conversely, personal absorption involves letting another person's emotional state flood your consciousness, making their feelings indistinguishable from your own. When you absorb too much, your emotional boundaries can blur, leaving you drained or overwhelmed, and potentially misunderstanding what's really going on beneath the surface. Recognizing this difference is key because when you mistake empathic insight for absorption, you risk losing clarity and creating confusion, not just in yourself, but in the interactions you have. Being aware of these boundaries allows you to stay present, compassionate, and effective without sacrificing your emotional stability. Remember, understanding someone doesn't mean you have to take on their emotional weight. It's about being present with curiosity and care, not drowning in their feelings. Here's what to notice next time. Pay attention to whether you feel energized or exhausted after conversations. Energized signals good boundaries. Drained indicates you might be overabsorbing. Knowing how to differentiate between truly empathizing and personal absorption also involves tuning into your body and mind. When you're genuinely engaging with someone, you might notice a sense of openness and attentiveness, but your thoughts stay anchored. Your attention shifts effortlessly, and you can step back mentally when needed. On the other hand, if you find yourself feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or even angry, sometimes with no clear reason, that's a sign you might be absorbing too much. It's like carrying a heavy backpack without realizing it. Suddenly, everything feels burdensome. This awareness is crucial because it allows you to regulate your emotional reactions and keep your mental space clear. A helpful exercise is to periodically check in with yourself during interactions. Are you feeling physically relaxed, or is your stomach tightening? Do you notice your thoughts drifting into worry or self-blame? These signals indicate whether you're staying empathic or slipping into absorption. Remember, Empathy is a skill that can be cultivated through practice and self-awareness. You can learn to stay connected to others while maintaining your personal emotional territory, like a friendly neighbor respecting boundaries, but still lending a hand when needed. Building this skill means recognizing that emotional boundaries are not walls, but gentle fences that keep your energy intact. Next time, try imagining a clear boundary around your space, like a bubble, allowing others in without letting their feelings spill into your own world uncontrollably. Understanding the difference is not about suppressing your feelings or ignoring others' emotions. Instead, it's about developing a sophisticated awareness that lets you stay compassionate without losing your center. Think of it as a dance. Step too close, and you risk tripping over feelings. Step too far away, and you might miss the connection entirely. Finding that balance takes practice, especially because many social beliefs promote the idea that overly caring is a virtue, sometimes at the expense of your well-being. Real emotional intelligence involves knowing when to lean in and when to step back, kind of like adjusting your stride to avoid stepping on fragile things. This distinction also applies to how you interpret others' behaviors. Sometimes, what appears as intense emotion may be a temporary reaction, not an indication that you need to take it on as your own. Over time, cultivating this awareness can protect you from emotional fatigue and help you develop healthier, more authentic connections. The next crucial step is to listen without over-identifying. Note the cues, feelings, and facial expressions, but remind yourself that you are there to understand, not to carry the burden entirely. Practice checking your internal state after each interaction. Are you still grounded or already drained? Keeping a mental note sharpens your ability to read people accurately while preserving your emotional health. Boundaries as clarity tools. Think about a typical day where you find yourself drained after a conversation that seemed harmless at first. Maybe it was a coworker venting about projects, a friend bending your ear about their latest drama, or even a family member's relentless need for advice. Without clear boundaries, it's easy for other people's emotions, demands, or negativity to seep into your space and leave you feeling depleted. Boundaries here act like invisible shields, allowing you to step back and preserve your emotional energy so you don't get caught in the whirlwind of others' issues. When you recognize your limits, you create a mental barrier, one that says, "This is where I stop. Beyond this, it's not my worry." This doesn't mean you're cold or uncaring. It means you're smart enough to keep your own well-being intact while still being present if it's truly necessary. Maintaining objectivity amid emotional chaos from others can be tricky, especially when you're naturally empathetic or want to help. Boundaries serve as a filter, helping you stay grounded and see situations clearly without getting overwhelmed by emotional noise. For example, if someone starts venting excessively, you can politely say, "I hear you, but I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed myself. Let's revisit this later." This simple phrase communicates your limits without guilt or apology. The goal is to prevent others' emotions from hijacking your own state of mind while still showing that you care. Over time, setting these boundaries helps build resilience, making it easier to stay objective and focused, even in tense or draining moments. It's important to remember that boundaries aren't about avoiding difficult conversations. They're about protecting your own health and clarity. You might decide that certain topics, times, or situations aren't within your capacity to handle without losing your balance. For instance, perhaps you choose not to discuss personal issues late at night or to limit interactions with certain people who consistently drain your energy. This way, boundaries serve as a personal roadmap, guiding your interactions toward healthier, more manageable exchanges. As you practice this, you'll notice that your ability to stay objective and composed improves, making it easier to serve as a calm, steady presence rather than a sponge for others' negativity. Here's what to notice next time you're in a potentially draining situation. Pay attention to your physical and emotional signals. Do you feel tense, tired, or anxious? Those are clues that you might need to reinforce your boundaries. Recognizing these signs early helps you step back mentally and physically, resetting your energy before it gets completely hijacked. Remember, boundaries aren't about being rigid. They're about crafting a flexible framework that keeps you centered. This way, you preserve your capacity to listen, support, and be present without sacrificing your own peace of mind. Many of us fall into the trap of overcommitting mentally, especially in a time when information bombards us from every direction. Clarity begins with understanding your own limits. What kind of information you want to process, what weight you're willing to carry, and what is simply outside your scope. For example, you might decide that you don't need to read every news story, comment thread, or social media post that crosses your feed. Similarly, if you're someone who tends to absorb others' problems, establishing what you can realistically take on prevents burnout and frustration. This clarity serves as a filter, helping you prioritize and focus on what aligns with your values and capacity rather than falling prey to the endless noise around you. Knowing your boundaries also involves being honest about your emotional and mental bandwidth. Sometimes, people ask us to review long documents, provide detailed feedback, or even analyze their personal dilemmas. While these requests may seem reasonable, they can become overwhelming if we don't clarify our limits from the outset. Setting clear intentions such as, I won't review documents after 8 p.m., or I can listen, but I can't resolve every issue, saves you from feeling overextended or resentful later. It also directly communicates to others where your lines are, reducing misunderstandings and setting realistic expectations. Remember, saying no isn't about rejecting others. It's about protecting your own clarity and focus so you can give your best where it truly matters. Another aspect of this clarity is recognizing what stories, information, or responsibilities are within your realm. For example, you might love helping friends brainstorm solutions, but you don't have the capacity to live their problems with them. Clarifying this means acknowledging that you're not responsible for fixing everything that comes your way, nor should you carry the emotional burden of every crisis. When you define what you can and cannot read or take on, it becomes easier to filter out distractions and conserve mental space. Over time, this practice builds a sense of ownership over your mental environment, making it less tempting to get pulled into every issue or headline that pops up. A practical way to implement this is to create a mental, or even physical, list of your boundaries. Think of it as a personal rulebook. I read the news in the mornings only, or I listen without offering solutions unless asked. These guidelines help you stay aligned with your needs and prevent emotional overload. Notice what happens when you start to enforce these boundaries. You'll likely feel more in control, less anxious, and better able to decide how much mental energy to allocate to different situations. Over time, being clear about your reading and taking on limits becomes second nature, fostering a healthier, more intentional way of engaging with the world around you. Practice the emotional echo exercise. When you're caught in a conversation or a disagreement, it's easy to feel swept away by your interpretations or assumptions. You might think you understand what the other person is feeling or trying to convey, but sometimes those perceptions are just reflections of your own inner world. The key is to develop a way to check in with your perceptions, like a mental filter, that helps you see beyond your immediate judgments without becoming overwhelmed or losing sight of your own emotional core. This practice involves pausing for a moment, asking yourself whether what you're perceiving is based on facts or just your story, and gently questioning that. This is not about dismissing your feelings. It's about creating space for genuine understanding without losing yourself in the process. Think about it as giving your perceptions a little validation test. Are they rooted in what the other person actually said or did, or are they colored by your past experiences, assumptions, or emotions? It's easy to jump to conclusions when emotions run high, and that can distort the way we interpret others' words and actions. Instead, learn to pause and ask yourself, is that really what's happening here, or is my mind filling in gaps with my own story? This small step can act as a mirror, helping you see whether your perceptions are accurate or if you're projecting your own feelings onto the situation. The goal isn't to doubt yourself constantly, but to develop a gentle habit of self-inquiry that keeps you grounded while still being open to understanding others' experience. This practice can be especially helpful during conflicts. For example, if a loved one snaps at you, instead of immediately feeling betrayed or hurt, take a breath and ask, is there a chance they're upset about something else and their response isn't about me at all? This simple question can prevent you from automatically taking things personally and help you see the bigger picture. It's about noticing the difference between what someone truly intends and how your mind, perhaps anxious or defensive, interprets it. Over time, this skill nurtures a more accurate perception of reality and keeps your sense of self intact, even in emotionally charged moments. Here's what to notice the next time you feel you've misunderstood someone. Ask yourself if your perception fits with what you've actually observed, and if it doesn't, try to gather more information before reacting. Sometimes, just asking clarifying questions, like, can you tell me what you meant by that, can help realign your understanding. The The practice of validating perceptions without losing yourself isn't about trying to be perfect or to read every situation perfectly. It's about building a habit of mindful curiosity that keeps you anchored while remaining open to what others are really saying, beyond your initial reactions. Empathy is one of those qualities we all crave to have, being able to understand another person's feelings without letting it swallow us whole. Yet, many of us have become so accustomed to blending into others' emotional worlds that we risk losing our own boundaries or sense of self. The trick is to develop a way to truly feel with someone while still maintaining enough emotional distance so you don't get overwhelmed or start taking on their feelings as your own. That's where the practice of emotional boundaries and conscious empathy comes into play. It's less about losing yourself in others' experiences and more about creating a connection that respects both parties' inner spaces. Think of empathy as a dance. You don't have to step all over each other to keep good rhythm. Instead, you gently tune into what the other person is feeling, those unspoken cues, the subtle shifts in voice or body language, and offer understanding. At the same time, you're aware of your own emotional limits. This might mean noticing when compassion turns into emotional exhaustion, or when trying to fix, someone takes precedence over simply listening. The goal is to become better at emotional listening, being present with someone's feelings without feeling like you need to fix, rescue, or own them. That creates a safe space for both of you and preserves your own emotional health. One way to enhance this skill is by mentally separating your feelings from theirs. For example, if your friend is venting about a tough day, instead of feeling the weight of their frustration as if it were yours, remind yourself that their emotions are theirs, not yours to carry. You can imagine a boundary line around your own heart, holding space for empathy without letting it spill into your emotional territory. It's about developing the ability to stay curious, compassionate, and connected without losing sight of your own emotional well-being. Over time, this balance allows you to truly empathize with others without the risk of over-identification, which can lead to burnout or emotional fog. Finally, keep in mind that empathy involves active listening and validating feelings without judgment or unsolicited advice. Sometimes, the most helpful thing you can do is simply sit with someone's pain, offer a gentle nod, or say, "That sounds really tough." You don't need to fix everything, and often, people just need to feel understood. Cultivating this skill requires practice and patience, but the rewards include deeper connections and a clearer understanding of where your boundaries lie, allowing both you and the other person to feel genuinely seen and respected. Chapter 10. How to ask what you think you see. When to reflect back what you're noticing. Think about catching someone in the act, not when they're most defensive. Timing is everything. If you notice something that seems off, maybe a tense moment or an odd change in tone, wait for a natural pause before bringing it up. You don't want to burst into a conversation when emotions are already running high, because that's like tossing a match into a puddle of gasoline. Instead, look for the right moment, perhaps when things have cooled down or when the atmosphere feels more receptive. Once you've identified that sweet spot, framing your observations in a gentle, curious way encourages openness rather than defensiveness. For instance, instead of saying, "You seem upset," you might ask, "I noticed you looked a bit tense earlier. Is everything okay?" This way, you're inviting them to share, not accusing them of anything. Remember, people are more likely to open up when they don't feel ambushed or judged, and timing plays a crucial role in creating that safe space. Another layer of framing is how you choose words and context. Avoid framing your observations as absolute truths or accusations. Instead, use language that emphasizes your own perception or curiosity. By doing so, you set the stage for a dialogue rather than a confrontation. For example, "I've been noticing you seem a bit distracted today," rather than "you're not paying attention." It transforms the statement into a shared observation, opening the door for discussion. Also, be mindful of your tone and body language. These nonverbal cues speak volumes about your intent. A calm tone, a friendly face, and open gestures help communicate that your intention isn't to criticize but to understand. This approach fosters an environment where people feel safe to be honest and transparent, which is crucial for meaningful conversations. Next time you're considering sharing an observation, pause and think, have I chosen a good moment? Am I framing it in a way that invites dialogue? Notice how others respond not just to what you say, but when and how you say it. That awareness can turn a potentially tense moment into a genuine exchange. It's not about perfect timing or flawless wording every time. Rather, it's about building a skill for recognizing those small windows of opportunity, when your words can land softly and be better received. Ultimately, observing and waiting for the right moment allows you to communicate with authenticity and compassion, making it more likely that the other person will feel safe enough to reflect openly. Reflections are like mirrors in conversation. By paraphrasing or rephrasing what someone has just said or done, you show you're really listening. But the trick is doing it in a way that doesn't feel like a slap in the face. If you're too direct or use your reflection as a weapon, "So you're frustrated, huh?" you risk making the other person shut down. Instead, think of reflections as a gentle inquiry designed to deepen mutual understanding. For example, if someone snaps at you, rather than accusing them of being rude, you might say, "It sounds like you're feeling overwhelmed right now." This method transforms a potentially accusatory comment into an empathetic exploration. It invites the other person to share their feelings without feeling blamed, which can lead to more honest and meaningful exchanges. Using reflections effectively requires awareness of both what's being said and the emotional undercurrents behind it. Notice the tone, the choice of words, and the body language. Sometimes, silence or a simple nod can be an effective reflection. Other times, paraphrasing spoken words can reveal unspoken feelings. The key is to keep your tone soft and your intention clear, to understand, not judge. For instance, saying, "It seems like you're worried about the deadline," shows you're engaged without sounding confrontational. The goal is to create a space where the other person feels safe to express what's really going on beneath the surface. It's also about timing. Don't jump in with a reflection at every turn. Pick moments when a little deeper understanding could clear the air or build empathy. Think about reflective statements as a tool to gently probe beneath the surface without sounding invasive or accusatory. When used skillfully, reflections help you connect with others' experiences, fostering trust and openness. Remember, the objective isn't to diagnose or fix feelings, but to create a shared space for understanding. Practice noting both observable behaviors and underlying emotions, then translate that into compassionate reflections. Over time, this skill will become second nature, and conversations will flow more smoothly, without the ticking time bomb of misunderstandings exploding unexpectedly. Next time you're tempted to say something that might sound critical, pause and consider. Could I reflect what I think they feel or mean? How can I say it in a way that makes them feel seen, not judged? Small shifts in how we mirror others' words and emotions can make a big difference, turning inevitable misunderstandings into opportunities for connection. When your reflections genuinely demonstrate curiosity and care, others are more likely to reciprocate, fostering a cycle of honest and meaningful communication. That's the secret sauce, using reflections not to judge or control, but to understand and connect more deeply. How to say "you okay?" without it sounding invasive. Sometimes, asking "are you okay?" can feel like stepping onto an emotional minefield. You might be genuinely concerned, but it can also come across as intrusive or clumsy. The trick is to frame your questions in a way that signals care without making someone feel defensive or scrutinized. Think of it like opening a door rather than knocking loudly and insisting on immediate entry. Instead of bluntly asking, "Are you okay?" try phrases that invite someone to share at their own pace, such as, "How have you been holding up lately?" Or, "Is there anything you'd like to talk about?" These questions acknowledge that you're willing to listen, but they don't pressure the other person to reveal more than they feel comfortable sharing. Often, it's about the tone and timing. You want to appear interested, not interrogative. It's also helpful to pay close attention to body language and the environment. A gentle question asked when you're both sitting in a calm, private space is more likely to be received well than a sudden, out-of-the-blue inquiry in a crowded hallway. The aim is to create a safe mental space for someone to open up, if they choose. Instead of heading straight for heavy emotional terrain, you might try easing into the conversation with comments like, "No rush, but I just wanted to check in and see how you're doing." This approach communicates patience, reducing the chance of triggering defensiveness. Remember, the goal isn't to get answers immediately, but to signal you genuinely care and are available when they're ready. Words matter, especially when it comes to expressing concern without sounding invasive. You've probably encountered that awkward moment when a well-meaning friend says, "Are you okay?" and the other person responds with a stiff fine, even though they're not. It's like a polite but untruthful handshake, borderline dismissive. To avoid that, focus on words that convey warmth and sincerity without demanding direct answers. For example, saying, "I've noticed you've seemed a bit off lately, and I just wanted to check in," can feel less threatening than a blunt question. It shows that you've noticed a change, but you're not pressing for details. Using phrases like "you don't have to talk about it, but I want you to know I care" helps build trust and reduces pressure. Another subtlety is to steer clear of any language that might imply judgment or expectation. Instead of asking, "Why aren't you acting like yourself?" consider, "You seem a bit different lately. Is there anything I can do to support you?" This makes it clear that your concern is without strings attached. It's about being present without pushing. The right words open space for honesty and allow someone to share their feelings on their terms, rather than feeling cornered or judged. When choosing your language, aim to communicate empathy, patience, and a willingness to listen, rather than seeking immediate answers or solutions. The bottom line is that genuine concern shines through when your words feel authentic and considerate. Notice how small adjustments in phrasing, shifting from interrogative to invitational, from blunt to gentle, can make a significant difference. Next time you're curious about someone's well-being, reflect on the words you'd like to hear if roles were reversed. Often, what makes a question feel safe isn't the question itself, but the warmth and thoughtfulness behind it. Keep that in mind, and you'll find your inquiries rarely missed or misinterpreted. Instead, they become openings for real connection, rather than barriers. Scripts for checking in gently, but clearly. When you're thinking about checking in on someone, whether it's a colleague, friend, or family member, having a handful of go-to phrases can make the process feel less awkward. These templates act like a safety net. You can tweak them to suit the moment without sounding robotic or overly formal. For example, if you want to be gentle but clear when asking how someone's doing, you might say, "Hey, I just wanted to check in and see how you're feeling today." This approach expresses genuine concern without sounding like you're probing. If the context requires a slightly more casual vibe, a simple, "Hey, just wanted to see how things are going with you," does the trick. It's friendly, open-ended, and invites honest sharing. For situations where you need to confirm plans or follow up on tasks, phrases like "just wanted to circle back" and "check if you had a chance to look at that" work well. They're straightforward but also respectful of the other person's time, giving them space to respond honestly. In more formal settings, such as a professional environment, using phrases like "I was wondering if you're available for a quick catch-up," or "Can you let me know how things are going when you have a moment," sound polite and professional without any unnecessary pressure. The key is to keep your language neutral, warm, and clear, allowing the other person to feel safe sharing their truth without feeling judged or cornered. Think of these templates as a palette. You can adapt them depending on whether you're chatting with a close friend or a coworker you barely know. The goal is to sound consistent but also authentic, so your check-ins don't feel like interrogations, but genuine conversations. Having these setups ready means you won't stumble for words at the critical moment. Plus, it gives a gentle nudge that you care but aren't overbearing. Moving beyond basic templates, it helps to have a set of adaptable phrases that you can tweak based on the relationship and context. For instance, with someone you're close to, a warm, "How are you really doing?" can encourage an honest, heartfelt reply. Meanwhile, with a colleague you see every day but don't share much beyond work talk, something like "just checking in, how's everything going on your end?" keeps things professional but still caring. It's about matching your tone and language to the situation, without overthinking every word. Have you ever noticed how sometimes a simple "is everything okay" can sound more intense than intended? The trick is to soften that phrase with a few words, like "just wanted to ask if everything's okay. I'm here if you need anything." This adds a layer of concern without sounding like an accusation. You can also adapt your approach depending on how much you already know about the person's circumstances. If you know someone is dealing with a tough time, a gentle "I've been thinking about you. How have you been holding up?" opens the door for them to share as much as they feel comfortable. Conversely, if you're checking on a busy colleague, a brief "just want to make sure you aren't overwhelmed" can show you're attentive without being intrusive. Remember, the goal is to create a space where openness feels welcomed, not pressured. So, craft your questions to reflect genuine curiosity and empathy, keeping the lines of communication relaxed and honest. Over time, you'll find yourself naturally adjusting your words to fit each unique situation and relationship, which makes your check-ins not only effective, but also kind and respectful. The art of relational presence. Imagine walking into a room and striking up a conversation, only to find that your mind is elsewhere, racing through to-do lists, or distracted by the blinking notifications on your phone. We've all been there, distracted, half checked out, or just going through the motions. But when you're truly present during conversations, everything shifts. It's as if time slows down, and you start noticing the subtle cues and unspoken meanings behind words. Being fully present means giving your full attention, not just to what's being said, but also to how it's being said, the tone, the pauses, the micro-expressions. It's a deliberate act of tuning in, like switching into a different frequency that allows you to connect on a deeper level. So, how do you practice this kind of presence? First, start by clearing your mind of pressing thoughts that pull you away. Instead, focus only on the moment in front of you, on the person speaking or the question asked. This doesn't mean you ignore your own thoughts entirely. It's more about gently setting them aside, like turning down the volume on background noise. Active engagement in the conversation involves asking relevant questions that reflect genuine interest, as if you're trying to understand rather than judge or fix. When you do this, people often relax more because they feel truly seen and heard, which makes the dialogue richer and more meaningful. Paying attention also means resisting the temptation to interrupt or drift away mentally. Instead, stay curious, listen deeply, and allow new insights to form naturally. Being present also calls for a small but profound act, letting go of the need to control the outcome. Instead of aiming to fix problems immediately or steer the conversation where you think it should go, embrace the unexpected turns. Notice the small details, how people shift their body, the pauses they take, the words they don't quite finish. These are like breadcrumbs leading to a fuller understanding of their inner world. The most authentic presence arises when you stop trying to appear impressive and instead show genuine openness. When you tune into yourself and others with honesty and attentiveness, you're creating space for real connection. The next step is learning to recognize when your mind starts to wander or judge, and gently bringing it back, like a curious child returning to the game after a distraction. Listening actively goes beyond simply hearing words. It involves engaging with what's being shared in a way that demonstrates real curiosity. Have you ever noticed how easy it is to listen with a kind of detached professionalism? Nod, smile, say uh-huh. But inside, your mind is elsewhere, planning your reply or filtering the conversation through your own assumptions. That's not active listening. Genuine curiosity means approaching each conversation like an adventure, a chance to discover something new about the other person rather than just waiting for your turn to speak. It's about suspend your judgments, avoid jumping to conclusions, and instead, ask thoughtful questions that invite elaboration. When someone mentions a problem or a success, instead of offering solutions immediately, you might ask, "What was that experience like for you?" Or, "How did it make you feel?" These kinds of questions encourage deeper sharing and build trust. Active listening also requires a sensitivity to silences and unspoken words. Sometimes, what isn't said is just as revealing as what is. For example, if someone hesitates before answering or shifts uncomfortably, it could indicate underlying feelings or conflicts not openly expressed. By maintaining a calm, focused attention and giving space for those moments, you show that you value what's beneath the surface. Reflecting back what you've heard by paraphrasing or summarizing what the other person said signals understanding and acknowledgement. This not only confirms you're truly listening, but also encourages the speaker to clarify or expand on their thoughts. When your response is driven by sincere curiosity instead of ego or the need to appear insightful, conversations become more authentic and enriching. Developing active listening skills might feel awkward at first, especially if you're used to rushing into advice or problem-solving mode. Start by practicing patience. Resist the urge to interrupt or dominate the dialogue. Instead, focus on staying silent for a beat longer after someone finishes speaking, giving them room to add more if they wish. Use nonverbal cues such as nodding or maintaining eye contact to communicate your engagement. Listening with curiosity also involves checking in with yourself. Are you truly interested, or are you just going through the motions? The more you become aware of your listening habits, the better you will get at truly hearing others, creating spaces where genuine connection thrives. Remember, the goal isn't to impress but to understand. Sometimes the most powerful response is simply your attentive silence, holding space for their story to unfold. Chapter 11. Reading people in groups, crowds, and digital spaces. Group energy, hierarchy, and invisible dynamics. If you've ever watched a meeting or been part of a social gathering and felt a strange undercurrent in the room that wasn't spoken out loud, you've encountered what's often called the invisible web of social power. These are the subtle currents, unwritten rules, assumptions, and hierarchies that influence how people behave, who gets listened to, and who is sidelined without anyone explicitly stating so. You might notice, for example, the person who easily dominates conversations not because they speak the loudest, but because they hold the perceived authority or confidence that others unconsciously follow. Or maybe there's a quiet person in the corner who seems to hold a certain sway just by the way others glance toward them or defer their attention. These patterns are rarely formalized, but are learned and reinforced over time through small cues. Body language, tone, blinking patterns, or even the way people side with one individual in split decisions. Often, these unspoken power dynamics act like an unseen map, guiding interactions without anyone explicitly discussing who's in charge or who has influence. Recognizing them requires some attention to detail and a bit of curiosity. Ask yourself, who appears to control the conversation? Who is being interrupted or ignored? Do certain people move to the center of the room, or do some edges seem more marginalized? These clues reveal who holds influence in the group, whether it's social status, confidence, or even subtle factors like proximity or familiarity. Noticing these currents isn't about labeling or judging, but about understanding the underlying forces that shape the group's shape and rhythm. It's like viewing an iceberg. You see only a small part of what's actually happening if you focus solely on words or overt actions. Energy, the way people's presence, enthusiasm, or tension ebb and flow, can tell more about a group than all the words combined. When you observe a crowd, look at how the collective pulse rises and falls, as if the group were breathing together. Sometimes, a single person can shift the entire atmosphere just by stepping into a room, their confidence radiating and causing others to rally around them. At other times, the energy disperses or dampens when a dominant figure leaves, or when the interaction becomes more fragmented. This shifting energy exposes the natural leaders, those who command attention effortlessly, often without even trying, and the followers who adapt and respond to these changes. Leaders aren't always the loudest or most extroverted. Sometimes they are the quiet ones with unwavering focus or subtle gestures that command respect. Followers, in contrast, mirror the energy they receive, becoming lively when the leader energizes them or quiet and cautious if the atmosphere turns tense. Recognizing these shifts involves tuning into nonverbal cues, such as posture, eye contact, or the way people lean forward or back. It's also about sensing the collective mood. Do people seem engaged and uplifted, or do they look away and withdraw? When the energy moves, it reveals the emotional currents of the group, what's truly happening underneath the surface. Sometimes, a small change in someone's tone or stance can spark a critical shift, turning a quiet group into a lively discussion or vice versa. By paying close attention to these movement patterns, you can spot who is shaping the group's flow and who is simply reacting. This skill helps you understand group dynamics more deeply, whether you're leading a team or just trying to read the room better. The trick is to observe without judgment and to recognize that these shifts are natural. What matters is understanding their meaning and influence. Notice how energy clusters around certain individuals or dissipates from others. This way, you start to see the invisible threads that keep the social fabric together or pull it apart, and you can begin to navigate or influence them more skillfully. Next time you're in a group, take a moment to tune into these energy shifts. You might realize that the real conversations happening beneath the surface are often more telling than what's being said openly. Recognizing who influences the group's rhythm and how the energy moves gives you a strategic advantage in understanding the true power dynamics at play. Social positioning. Who follows whom? Have you ever watched a group at a gathering and noticed how some people naturally seem to command attention without saying much? It's like they carry an invisible badge of influence, subtle cues in their body language, tone, and even the way they hold themselves. These cues aren't loud or obvious. Rather, they whisper messages about who is respected, who holds sway, and who is just eager to be part of the conversation. Recognizing these signals is like picking up secret Morse code messages in social settings. It requires an attentive eye and a bit of curiosity. The goal is to understand who is asserting dominance, who is deferring, and how roles shift without a formal ladder standing right in the middle of the room. What often goes unnoticed are the tiny movements, an eye glance, a slight tilt of the head, or the way someone leans forward with quiet confidence. These are the markers of influence, and they can be more telling than words themselves. For example, a person who consistently maintains open body language, uncrossed arms, steady eye contact, and an approachable posture may project confidence and command respect. On the other hand, someone who avoids eye contact or keeps themselves small in their seat might be signaling apprehension or lower status. Knowing what to look for turns everyday quiet interactions into a rich landscape of unspoken messages, revealing who is genuinely leading and who is simply trying to catch up. Sometimes, influence is subtly encoded in speech patterns. A leader might speak slowly, deliberately, and with measured pauses, signaling control and authority. Conversely, someone eager to belong may speak quickly, interrupt often, or follow the lead of others without adding their own stance. Interestingly, body language can also reveal insecurity, fidgeting, avoiding eye contact, or excessive blinking, clues that someone is eager but unsure. If we pay close attention, we notice that influence isn't just about loud dominance. It's embedded in the energy, rhythm, and pace of interaction. The key is to learn how to read these signals, because they often tell you who truly has the floor, even when words suggest otherwise. In any social setting, spotting the leaders, followers, and those unsure of their place can instantly give you an edge. Leaders tend to set the tone. They're usually at ease, with a steady voice and calm gestures. They might take up more space physically, spreading their arms, leaning back confidently, or gesturing expansively. These are not just signs of arrogance, but signals of command and comfort within the group. Followers often mirror these cues passively. They may nod more, maintain attentive posture, or subtly align themselves with the leader's body language. Their eagerness becomes visible in small ways, like leaning forward with anticipation or slight fidgeting, signaling a desire to contribute or be part of the action without overtly dominating the space. Those holding back often manifest their hesitations subtly. They may sit more rigidly, avoid eye contact, and speak in whispers or not at all. Even in group discussions, they might frequently look to the leader for cues before contributing, displaying dependence rather than independence. Recognizing these dynamics requires tuning into the rhythm of interaction. Who dominates the conversation, who listens intently, and who seems to shrink into the background. Sometimes, the most influential person isn't necessarily the loudest or most assertive, but the one who subtly guides the flow of the discussion through calm, deliberate cues. Knowing where each person stands helps you navigate social terrain more effectively, whether in professional meetings or casual gatherings. A practical way to sharpen these observations is to watch how people respond to different situations. For example, when a point is raised, who naturally takes the lead in shaping the narrative? Who hesitates, perhaps weighing their response carefully? Notice how some individuals take initiative and steer conversations, even without overt authority. Others quietly support or follow along, waiting for the right moment or the permission to speak. Over time, these patterns reveal not just who holds power in that moment, but who influences the overall tone and direction of the group. Paying attention to these cues isn't just curiosity. It's a way to understand social hierarchies and dynamics without ever needing to ask directly. Digital cues: delay, brevity, emoji, punctuation. Have you ever noticed how some messages seem to carry an attitude beyond their words? When you're chatting online, the way someone delays their responses, uses certain emojis, or even their punctuation style can tell you a lot about how they feel. For example, a quick reply might scream confidence or excitement, while long gaps between messages could signal hesitation or disinterest. Even small cues like a sudden absence of response after a flurry of activity can hint at hesitation, frustration, or second-guessing. Recognizing these signals requires paying attention to timing, tone, and style, rather than just the content itself. Delays, sometimes called waiting games, aren't always about busy schedules. They can be strategic or subconscious bets on how much someone wants to keep the conversation alive. For example, someone who responds immediately with enthusiasm might be feeling confident and eager, whereas someone who takes hours or days might be unsure or testing boundaries. Similarly, inconsistent response patterns, like a burst of quick messages followed by silence, can reveal fluctuating interest or internal conflict. It's like reading between the lines of their response times, where the silence might be louder than words. Emojis, punctuation, and language style also act as digital body language. Using a smirking emoji or a wink could indicate flirtation or playful confidence, while a string of question marks might suggest confusion, doubt, or even annoyance. Excessive exclamation points might come across as overly eager or nervous, depending on context. Conversely, a formal tone with proper punctuation can challenge the perception of confidence versus discomfort. Essentially, the way someone chooses to punctuate or emoji their messages provides a subtle but powerful insight into their emotional state, whether they're open, uncertain, or holding back. Understanding these signals is less about reading a strict code and more about noticing patterns. For instance, do they tend to reply quickly when they're interested but fade out when they're unsure? Do they avoid emojis or use a lot of punctuation to show emphasis? When you start seeing these behaviors consistently, they become telltale signs that can help you interpret where someone is emotionally, whether they're confident in their feelings, genuinely interested, or hesitating because they're unsure of their own emotions. A good tip is to pay attention to what the absence of a signal might mean. If someone usually responds promptly but suddenly goes quiet without explanation, it could be hesitation or distraction rather than disinterest. Conversely, if they consistently delay responses with a polite reason, that might be just their communication style. Over time, you'll begin to see which cues are genuine signals of interest or confidence versus those that are just their normal way of chatting. Remember, context always matters. A delay during busy hours differs from ignoring someone altogether, so keeping the overall pattern in mind helps sharpen your interpretation skills. Words are just part of what makes online communication rich. The rest is governed by an unwritten social code that many don't consciously recognize. Think of it as the difference between dancing to a rhythm versus just hearing the music. People communicate feelings, intentions, and even unease through subtle cues like timing, tone, and punctuation, much like unspoken gestures in face-to-face conversations. Online, where physical cues are absent, these signals become even more critical in understanding true intentions. This social code operates through conventions, habits, and shared expectations that evolve over time. For example, using brief, monosyllabic responses might suggest disinterest or impatience, while elaborate, thoughtful replies could imply engagement or effort. Even the choice of language, casual versus formal, can reveal social boundaries or comfort levels. Recognizing these patterns allows us to see beyond the superficial layer of words and catch the nuances that reveal someone's emotional state. The way people handle delay or brevity can tell you whether they feel comfortable or guarded. For instance, someone who responds with minimal words, okay, sure, or yep, might be signaling a desire to keep things short, which could stem from disinterest or simply a habit. On the other hand, elaborate answers and frequent clarification questions might indicate genuine engagement, but also some uncertainty in how they're perceived. These behaviors create a complex social dance that, once understood, can give you a much clearer picture of the other person's internal state. A prime example of this social code in action is the use of punctuation. A message ending with a period can sometimes feel stern or final, like a closed door, while an exclamation mark might appear friendly or enthusiastic. Conversely, lots of question marks can reflect curiosity or doubt, depending on tone. Recognizing these cues takes practice, especially because digital communication lacks tone of voice and facial expressions, elements we often rely on heavily in face-to-face talks. Learning to read between the lines in this way helps you pick up on subtle signals that could make or break your understanding of someone's interest or comfort level. In the end, social cues like delay, brevity, punctuation, and emoji use compose an intricate language of their own. They often reveal what someone consciously or unconsciously hides. The key is to see these signals as part of a larger puzzle. When combined, they form a clearer picture of the person's confidence, interest, or hesitation. By observing patterns over time and considering context, you can become much better at interpreting the true message behind their words. Remember, it's not about overanalyzing every message, but noticing consistent behaviors that indicate genuine feelings or doubts. Practice the social mapping exercise. Imagine yourself at a crowded networking event. People are mingling, some in deep conversation, others glancing nervously around. Now picture standing in the middle, quietly observing. What do you notice? Who makes eye contact more often? Who seems to command the room? These subtle cues reveal the complex web of relationships and signals that define group dynamics. The practice of social mapping is essentially a structured way to visualize these relationships. It involves intentionally observing interactions, gestures, facial expressions, and spatial arrangements to understand how people relate and communicate. You're not just watching, you're noting patterns: who gravitates toward whom, who stays apart, who leads, and who follows. This activity can be done in physical settings or virtually, and it's surprisingly revealing in both spaces. To get started, find a comfortable spot where you can observe without being intrusive. In a physical room, look for natural clusters, body language cues, and the frequency of communication. Notice who initiates conversations, who echoes others' ideas, or who holds back. In virtual environments, pay attention to chat activity, who responds quickly, and who stays silent or lurks in the background. Social mapping is all about tuning in carefully, as if you're trying to decode a hidden language happening right in front of you. The goal isn't to judge, but to understand underlying currents that influence group behavior. Chapter 12. You're already better at this than you think. The instincts we've buried under overthinking. Many of us carry around a quiet, persistent voice that whispers, "You don't really know what you're doing, or you're just lucky. It's not skill." Over time, this voice doesn't just whisper. It starts to drown out the subtle, instinctive skills we actually possess. Think back to a moment when you felt completely in sync with your surroundings, where decisions felt natural and reactions were almost automatic. Maybe it was in a heated debate, a spontaneous laugh, or a moment of clarity at work. Those fleeting instances reveal a reservoir of skills that we've learned to dismiss as coincidence or luck. But here's the truth: your instincts are shaped by years of subconscious mastery that you've simply forgotten how to trust. The problem isn't that you lack talent or intuition. It's that self-doubt has a way of sneaking in and dulling the sense of certainty that naturally accompanies your skills. We tend to devalue our abilities, especially when things don't go perfectly or when someone challenges us. That self-doubt becomes like a fog, making it harder to see what you're truly capable of. Every mistake or perceived failure adds layers of noise that overwhelm that quiet knowing inside you. But here's a game changer. Those skills buried under anxiety or overthinking are still there. The more you notice them, the easier it becomes to start trusting your natural instincts again. Recognizing these skills first requires tuning into your internal responses rather than judging every action or decision as right or wrong. Notice moments when things click without effort. Your body might tense slightly, your gut might feel certain, or your mind might quiet down just enough to let intuition surface. This acknowledgement is like finding an old friend you've forgotten you knew, familiar, reliable, and always present, waiting to be called upon. Once you realize these skills aren't gone, but just hidden beneath layers of doubt, you can start treating them with the respect they deserve. That acknowledgement becomes the first step in rebuilding your confidence, allowing your natural talents to surface naturally, rather than forcing them into existence through overthinking. Imagine walking into a room full of people and almost immediately sensing the underlying tension or warmth. That subtle read on a person's body language, facial expression, or tone of voice is often dismissed as just a feeling. But in reality, it's a finely tuned skill most of us have, until we stop listening to it. Overthinking often disrupts this ability because it encourages us to analyze every detail instead of trusting our initial, instinctive grasp of the situation. When we second-guess every cue, we drown out the natural signals that our subconscious picks up effortlessly. Reconnecting with this ability involves consciously shifting from analytical mode into a more receptive state. It's a matter of paying close attention to the small, often unconscious signals people send. Leaning forward as someone speaks, slight changes in voice pitch, or a flicker of emotion in their eyes. These cues act like secret messages that tell us more than words ever could. To get better at reading them, start practicing active observation without judgment. Instead of rushing to interpret what you see or hear, simply notice without attaching meaning yet. Over time, your mind will relax, and your perceptiveness will sharpen, making it easier to respond intuitively rather than react with overthought assumptions. Another way to strengthen this skill is by reflecting on your instincts after interactions. Ask yourself what you sensed underneath the surface. Did you notice hesitation, enthusiasm, discomfort? The more you familiarize yourself with your internal responses, the more natural it will become to notice and trust cues in real time. This isn't about becoming a mind reader, but about developing a keen awareness of the small details that often go unnoticed. It's these details that hold the keys to understanding situations at their core, guiding your responses with more authenticity and less second-guessing. Remember, Your ability to read cues isn't a superpower reserved for others. It's a talent you've been cultivating all along, just waiting for you to reclaim it. Next time you find yourself in a conversation or observing a situation, tune in to your initial impressions. Notice if your body feels alert or relaxed, if your gut signals hesitation or certainty, and what that might mean. The goal isn't to label every signal, but to cultivate a habit of trusting your instincts as a first response, then verifying it with reflection if needed. Over time, this practice will turn those instinctive reads into a reliable compass, one that guides you smoothly through interactions and decisions without the noise of overthinking clouding your perception. Your instincts are like an internal GPS. The more you use them consciously, the stronger they become. Rebuilding social confidence through attention. Imagine walking into a room full of strangers. Your mind races with doubts. Are my words landing well? Did I read the situation correctly? Many of us have experienced moments where our confidence in our social perceptions drops, often because we've been let down by our previous experiences or internal critic. The key to rebuilding social confidence is relearning to trust what you notice about the world around you. Instead of dismissing your gut feelings as unreliable, start viewing them as valuable tools. Notice the details, how people re-standing, their facial expressions, the tone in their voice, and realize that these cues are guides, not enemies. Over time, this habit helps you develop a more accurate sense of social dynamics, bolstering your ability to connect authentically. What often trips us up is the tendency to second-guess ourselves, especially when we face unfamiliar situations or past failures loom large. The first step is to recognize that your observations are inherently valid. They've been shaped by your unique experiences and perceptions, which carry their own kind of wisdom. When you begin trusting your judgment, you create space for genuine interactions instead of second-guessing every move. So next time you catch yourself questioning a simple remark or an unspoken signal, pause and remind yourself, your perceptions may be more insightful than you think. Practicing mindfulness offers a straightforward yet powerful way to restore your faith in your social perceptions. When we are distracted or overwhelmed, it's easy to dismiss our instincts or to get lost in a swirl of negative self-talk. Mindfulness teaches us to stay present, focusing fully on what's happening in the moment, without judgment. In social situations, this might mean paying close attention to the sounds, sights, and feelings you're experiencing, listening actively to what others say, noticing their body language, and feeling the environment around you. By intentionally anchoring yourself here and now, you slow down judgment and create clarity, allowing you to respond more naturally instead of react out of fear. Practicing mindfulness isn't about stopping every thought or becoming perfectly centered. It's about observing without attaching labels like good or bad to your perceptions. For example, instead of thinking, "I'm terrible at this," acknowledge the feeling and gently bring your attention back to what's actually happening. Regular practice, even just a few minutes a day, helps you become more comfortable trusting your instincts because you're less caught up in mental chatter. Over time, this builds a kind of internal confidence, knowing that your perceptions are a real part of how you make sense of the world, not just random guesses. Another way to rebuild trust in your social perception lies in challenging the myths we sometimes buy about communication. Too often, we're told that successful social interactions depend on one perfect set of skills, like saying the right thing or reading cues flawlessly. But in reality, social confidence grows when we accept that mistakes and misreads are not failures, but parts of the ongoing learning process. For instance, if you misinterpret someone's joke and feel embarrassed, remind yourself that everyone makes these slip-ups. It's part of being human. Instead of beating yourself up, use these moments to reflect. What did I notice, and what can I learn? Sometimes we attribute issues like nervousness or awkwardness to a simple lack of talent, when really, it's about developing awareness and patience with ourselves. Building this kind of resilience means constantly questioning the unrealistic stories we tell ourselves about what should happen and instead embracing the messy, unpredictable nature of real human conversation. Practice stepping back and observing your interactions without self-criticism, and you'll discover that your sense of judgment becomes sharper naturally. Trusting your observations isn't about perfection. It's about understanding and accepting what you perceive, even when it's imperfect or imprecise. How tuning in changes everything, from dating to parenting to leading. Think back to a moment when you suddenly noticed something you hadn't before, perhaps how a friend subtly shifts their tone when they're uncomfortable, or how a colleague's body language reveals their true feelings, even when their words say otherwise. These tiny details, often overlooked in our daily rush, can transform how we understand others and ourselves. Like when I started paying closer attention during conversations, I realized I was often missing the cues that signaled someone's real mood or hesitation. What's fascinating is that sharpening your ability to observe doesn't require special skills, just a conscious effort to notice what's happening around you instead of rushing through moments. The more you practice observing, the more obvious things become. You start noticing patterns, unspoken frustrations, or unvoiced desires that hover just beneath the surface. This isn't about being creepy or overly attentive, but about tuning in enough that you catch what's really going on instead of settling for surface-level chatter. Take parenting as a quick example. When parents begin noticing their child's subtle changes in behavior, perhaps a slightly withdrawn look or a quiet tone, they can intervene before emotions spiral out of control. Instead of reacting to a child's words or actions, this kind of attentive observation helps you see the why behind those actions. It might be that a simple change, like fewer hugs or less eye contact, signals tiredness or stress, not defiance. When you start catching these small signals, your responses become more empathetic and effective, building trust rather than causing resistance. In dating or relationships, observation plays an equally critical role. Paying attention to gestures, pauses, or even the way someone leans in or pulls away can tell you much more than their words. It's not mind reading. It's simply noticing what's frequent or inconsistent so you can respond thoughtfully, not blindly. Once you're tuned in to what's happening beneath the surface, forming real connections becomes less about trying to impress or control and more about being present. When you naturally observe, you pick up on cues that help you respond authentically, which fosters trust and safety in any relationship. This isn't about playing a game or trying to manipulate. It's about using your awareness to genuinely understand and validate other people's feelings. For instance, instead of asking a question like, "Are you okay?" which can sometimes feel like a routine or obligatory move, you might notice a slight hesitation or a tone shift and gently explore what's really going on. When you respond with curiosity rather than assumptions, it shows you care and are willing to listen without judgment. Over time, this practice of observing and reflecting creates a kind of ripple effect. You become a person others feel safe to open up to naturally. Getting better at noticing what's often invisible requires a bit of patience and a willingness to stay curious. It's tempting to jump to conclusions or fill silences with chatter, but resisting that urge can be powerful. Instead, try pausing a moment longer when someone shares something or when you sense something is off. Ask yourself what you notice, body language, tone, pace of speech, and consider what those signals might mean. This shift from reaction to reflection makes your interactions more genuine, and soon you'll discover that people are more receptive because they sense your sincere effort to understand them. Whether you're leading a project, guiding your team, or simply having a deep chat with a friend, noticing the details helps you connect on a level that words alone can't reach. The trick isn't in having special skills, but in practicing curiosity and patience. This makes genuine relationships almost effortless because they're built on trust and authenticity. Think about this next time you're in a conversation or observing someone. You might find yourself noticing something entirely new, like a subtle smile hiding uncertainty or a quick blink revealing hidden stress. When you tune into those small clues regularly, it becomes second nature to respond with the right words or actions without overthinking. This simple practice enhances your ability to create real bonds of understanding, whether with coworkers, family members, or friends. The key isn't trying harder, but paying attention more carefully and asking yourself honestly what might be happening beneath the surface. As you develop this skill, you'll notice that relationships become richer and less strained because you're engaging on a more genuine, human level without even trying too hard. The real gift of observation isn't just better communication. It's a richer experience of connection that enriches every part of life. The meeting I almost ruined until I looked closer. One day, I found myself in a meeting where everything felt off from the start. The room was filled with quiet chatter, but I had this nagging feeling that I was missing something crucial. Instinctively, I paused and looked closer, something I often overlook when caught up in the chaos of busyness. As I paid attention to the subtle cues around me, the nervous tapping of a foot, a slight hesitation in a colleague's voice, the fleeting eye contact, I realized there was an undercurrent of tension that everyone else seemed blind to. That moment shifted everything. Instead of rushing to conclude my part of the conversation, I paused, asked a simple follow-up, and uncovered a misunderstanding that could have derailed the entire project. Sometimes, noticing what's just beneath the surface can be the game changer. It reminded me how powerful paying close attention can be, especially when most of us are busy listening to words instead of feeling the unspoken messages behind them. This experience reinforced a lesson I now share often. Our perception is more reliable than we give it credit for. We tend to dismiss our instincts or doubt our senses, especially in professional settings where staying objective is often seen as more valuable than trusting that gut feeling or observing the small details. But consider how many times you've dismissed instinct because it felt irrational or because you doubted your ability to interpret subtle signals. Maybe you've written off a friend's slight hesitation as nothing, only to later realize it was an early sign of discomfort they didn't know how to articulate. Trusting your perception is not about ignoring facts or evidence. It's about recognizing the richness of information your senses and intuition can capture when you stop just listening to words and start noticing how things feel and look beneath the surface. This kind of awareness often reveals truths that straightforward data or spoken words fail to show. What this ultimately comes down to is training yourself to be more observant, to notice the small things that often slip by unnoticed. It's easy to focus on what's obvious, the reply to your question, the visible reactions, while missing what's happening just below the surface. Pay attention to body language, tone shifts, pauses, or even the way someone's breathing patterns change during a conversation. These cues often tell a different story from what's being said aloud. Often, we rely on our quick judgments or assumptions without checking if they match what we sense beneath the surface. Developing this skill involves slowing down, asking yourself questions like, what am I missing here? Why does this person seem uncomfortable? What is unspoken but noticeable? It's about sharpening your internal antenna for the tiny signals that reveal more than words ever could, making your perception a tool that enhances your understanding rather than one that misleads you. Remember, the goal isn't to become paranoid about every little gesture or tone. Instead, it's about cultivating curiosity and a habit of noticing details. For example, next time you're in a meeting or conversation, pause just long enough to observe. Notice if someone avoids eye contact, shifts uncomfortably, or seems distracted. Ask yourself if those cues line up with what they're saying. Often, what doesn't add up is where the real story hides. Trusting your perception doesn't mean jumping to conclusions. It means giving yourself space to gather more information before reacting. Over time, this approach becomes second nature. You'll find yourself catching things others miss and making better, more nuanced decisions as a result. Your perceptiveness becomes an asset rather than a source of self-doubt. If you want to sharpen this skill, start practicing mindful observation in everyday situations. For example, while waiting in line or having a casual chat, take a moment to really notice small movements or facial expressions. Ask yourself what they might indicate instead of dismissing them as insignificant. Over time, you'll develop a kind of instinct that helps you see beneath the surface, revealing truths hidden in the subtle cues others overlook. By trusting your perception, you also empower yourself to understand what's really happening around you, which can prevent misunderstandings, improve relationships, and even help you navigate tricky situations more effectively. It's often the small, overlooked details that make the biggest difference between a misstep and a breakthrough. So start paying closer attention today. Conclusion: look again. You've always had the tools. Now you have the awareness. Many of us go through our days assuming that perceptions are something we have to actively hunt down or develop through complex training. But in reality, perceptiveness is a deeply ingrained part of who we are. It's built into our brains and senses from the start. Think about the last time you noticed someone's subtle body language or caught a tired note in a colleague's voice. You're engaging your innate awareness without even realizing it. It's like a muscle that's been quietly working behind the scenes, waiting for you to remember that it's there. The problem isn't that you lack perceptiveness, it's that you've been conditioned to overlook it, dismiss it as wishful thinking, or simply forget how much you're actually perceiving all the time. Cancel the myth that perceiving takes extra effort or special training. The truth is, your subconscious mind filters and sifts through an enormous amount of information daily, more than your conscious mind could handle. The challenge is that society often teaches us to focus on what's obvious or what's right in front of us, while ignoring the subtle clues that reveal much more. We're conditioned to pay attention to facts, figures, or the loudest voices, which can drown out the quiet signals our senses are constantly sending. Recognizing this helps you see perceptiveness not as some special trait, but as a natural part of everyday awareness that's just become hidden by habits or assumptions. Once you understand that perceptiveness is instilled in your biology, not an elusive skill only a select few have, it opens the door to reconnecting with it. You might realize that you've always been good at noticing things. Maybe you just didn't give yourself credit or didn't know how to tune into that feeling again. It's like discovering that your eyes never lost sight, only that you stopped looking through them consciously. If you pay attention, you'll notice that your senses are constantly gathering clues. An unusual sound, a flicker of emotion in someone's expression, or a change in the environment, and you just need to learn how to trust what you're already capable of sensing. The key is to stop dismissing those small observations as irrelevant and start seeing them as your most natural tools for understanding the world around you. The good news is that you don't need to reinvent yourself or become a super sleuth overnight. Instead, you can start by intentionally paying attention to what's already happening around you. Consciously choosing to notice your environment shifts you from passive observer to active participant in your perception. For example, during a conversation, instead of just listening to the words, focus on the tone of voice, the body language, or even the pauses between sentences. These often carry more meaning than the words themselves. When you begin to develop this habit, you'll find that perceptiveness becomes less about effort and more about small, deliberate acts of attention. It's as if you're giving your subconscious permission to speak up and acknowledge what it already perceives beneath the surface. Practicing this doesn't mean you have to be hypervigilant or overly analytical. It's about gentle awareness, simply noticing what's happening without judgment or the need to explain it away. One effective way is to choose a moment during your day, perhaps when you're sipping coffee or waiting in line, and quietly observe what catches your attention. Notice the smells, the sounds, the emotions you pick up in others, even if they're subtle. Eventually, this conscious attention turns into a natural habit, and you'll start seeing patterns, connections, and unspoken cues with ease. This process transforms perceptiveness from an abstract ability into a reliable tool you can use instinctively. Remember, your mind is well equipped to handle the task. What's required is simply to give yourself permission and the space to notice. Think of it as giving your senses a gentle nudge rather than forcing them into overdrive. Over time, this approach builds trust in your innate perceptions, helping you act more thoughtfully and connect more deeply with the world around you. Small steps, like pausing to observe instead of rushing through tasks, can open up a new level of awareness that you've always had but might have forgotten how to access. When you trust your natural ability and pay deliberate attention, perceptiveness becomes less about effort and more about your style of engaging with life. So next time you're in a busy room or having a quiet moment, try to tune in to the small details. What's not being said outright, how people are really feeling beneath the surface, or the subtle shifts in your surroundings. These tiny, often overlooked signals are where your overlooked superpower lives. By trusting your innate ability and engaging with conscious awareness, you'll realize that perceptiveness isn't something you need to acquire. It's something you just need to remember you already possess. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes, and suddenly, the world feels a little clearer, a little more real, and perhaps even a little more interesting. People want to be seen, not scanned. Have you ever been in a conversation where someone is desperately trying to analyze everything you say, only to miss the point entirely? That's because real connection isn't built on dissecting words or parsing data. It's rooted in being truly present in the moment. When you focus solely on analyzing someone's words, you tend to become more interested in what they mean in a technical sense rather than what they're actually experiencing. It's like reading someone's story through a microscope, missing the texture, the emotion, the subtle pauses that reveal their real feelings. Presence means giving your full attention, not trying to decode or judge, but simply experiencing what's happening as it happens. Think about the last time someone truly listened to you. It wasn't because they pointed out every detail or analyzed your expressions. It was because they made you feel seen, heard, and understood. That feeling comes from being fully present, offering your undivided attention, and dropping all the distractions. No phones, no wandering thoughts, no judgments. When you meet someone with genuine presence, you create a space where they can show up as they really are, without the urge to being constantly judged or categorized. It's a simple act, but one that profoundly alters how people respond and open up. Presence is about tuning into the moment, not trying to control or analyze what's happening within it. Here's what to notice next time you're engaging with someone. Pay attention to your own tendency to analyze or judge. Notice when your mind shifts away from simply experiencing the conversation and starts dissecting it. Practice grounding yourself in the here and now. Take a deep breath, soften your gaze, and really focus on what this person is sharing. You might be surprised at how much more authentic and meaningful your interactions become when you give up the need to analyze everything. Genuine connection isn't about smart responses or clever observations. It's about showing up completely, with no agenda other than simply being there. We live in a culture obsessed with quick judgments and instant evaluations. From social media snapshots to first impressions, the tendency is to skim the surface and make snap decisions. The problem is that these superficial assessments often mask what's truly happening beneath the surface. When we focus on superficial judgment, we miss the richness of actual human experience. Instead of rushing to assess someone based on their appearance, tone, or a few offhand comments, encourage yourself to look deeper. Authentic engagement starts when we let go of the urge to judge quickly and instead try to understand actively. One way to foster this is by asking open-ended questions that invite people to share more of themselves. Instead of jumping to conclusions or making assumptions, pause and listen for what someone is truly trying to communicate. Notice the subtle nuances in their voice, their body language, and the pauses between their words. These signals give context that quiets superficial labels and opens the door to genuine conversations. When you resist the temptation to judge solely based on what's immediately visible or audible, you allow space for true connection to flourish. People tend to sense when they're being judged hastily, and that invariably shuts down openness. Practicing authentic engagement involves accepting contradictions, inconsistencies, and vulnerabilities, both in yourself and others. Recognize that everyone is more than a label or a stereotype. Beneath surface appearances lie fears, hopes, and stories that often go untold. Instead of reacting with superficial judgments, reflect curiosity and kindness. Ask yourself what might be behind someone's discomfort, silence, or defensiveness. When you approach interactions with genuine interest rather than judgment, you create an environment where real conversations happen. Conversations that can genuinely surprise you and deepen your understanding of others. So next time you catch yourself thinking on autopilot, remember that real connection begins when we choose to see people for who they truly are, not just how they appear at first glance. Reading people isn't about power, it's about presence. For a long time, many of us have believed that reading people is about being in control, deciphering their motives so we can manipulate or predict their actions. But that approach often leads to tension because it assumes a kind of dominance over others, which rarely feels authentic. When we shift the focus from trying to control to genuinely understanding and connecting, everything changes. Instead of obsessing over their hidden agenda, we start noticing the cues that reveal how someone truly feels, not just how they want us to see them. This isn't about policing their behavior, it's about curiosity fueled by kindness. When we truly aim for connection, the act becomes less about reading someone's mind and more about encountering their genuine self. You might notice a flicker in their eyes, a slight tension in their shoulders, or a change in their tone, clues that are often more telling than words alone. This perspective encourages us to stop chasing certainty and instead embrace the messiness of real human interaction, where understanding is a gradual unfolding rather than a fixed state. Here's what to notice next time. Rather than trying to guess what someone is thinking or planning, pay attention to how they show up. What's consistent and what's suddenly different. Those fluctuations often speak louder than any verbal message. Learning this shift from control to connection starts creating interactions rooted in authenticity, making the whole process feel less like a game and more like a genuine conversation. Building meaningful relationships begins with letting go of the need to interpret every gesture as a clue to manipulate or judge. Instead, it's about welcoming your natural curiosity about their feelings, needs, and perspective, and showing genuine interest. When you look at others with a mindset of compassion rather than suspicion, your observations deepen, and your ability to understand someone grows more intuitive. Instead of rushing to label or analyze what you see, try simply noticing without judgment. For example, if someone's voice tightens or they avoid eye contact, instead of jumping to conclusions like they're lying or they're mad, ask yourself, What might this reveal about how they're feeling in this moment? This level of compassionate observation creates a safer space, allowing others to relax and show their real selves. It also encourages us to become comfortable with ambiguity. Sometimes, the best insight comes from the moments when things don't fit our expectations. The goal is to cultivate a habit of observing with kindness, curiosity, and patience. What you'll discover is that relationships deepen naturally when you approach others with openness rather than suspicion, creating space for true understanding to emerge in small, meaningful ways. Instead of trying to analyze every ounce of a person's behavior, focus on cultivating your awareness of the subtle signs that reveal their emotional state. Notice the slight changes in facial expressions, shifts in posture, or tone of voice. These signals often carry more weight than the words spoken. For instance, someone might say they're fine, but their nervous fidgeting or clipped speech suggests underlying discomfort. Recognizing these discrepancies is a sign of compassionate observation. This awareness helps you respond with empathy rather than assumptions, fostering a flow of genuine communication. Remember, people often reveal their true selves not through grand gestures, but through tiny, almost unconscious cues. The real art is to stay present, not judge or fix, and allow the connection to develop naturally. By doing so, your relationships become less about always being the detective and more about being a compassionate human, attuned to what's happening beneath the surface. Keep this in mind. Next time you're with someone, slow down and pay attention to those small signals. They often tell the most profound stories. When you learn to look, connection becomes natural. Getting really good at understanding people isn't about having some mystical sixth sense, but about training yourself to look. Think of it like developing a muscle, except instead of lifting weights, you're practicing noticing the small, often overlooked signals that others send out. The more you consciously pay attention, whether it's someone's subtle facial expressions, their tone of voice, or even the way they pause, you start to see patterns and clues that most miss. Over time, this awareness becomes automatic, a natural part of your interactions rather than an effortful exercise. The key is consistency. The more you intentionally practice, the quicker those perceptive muscles grow stronger, until someday, it feels almost effortless to pick up on what others might be hiding behind their words or gestures. Think about it as tuning a radio. At first, the signal might be faint or fuzzy, but with patience and focus, you begin to pick up clearer stations. It's the same with perception. You train yourself to listen beyond the words, to catch the tiny shifts in expression or the micro moments that reveal true feelings. A good starting point is simply asking yourself, what am I noticing that others might ignore? When you pay attention to small details, like a twitch of the eye or the way someone leans in or pulls back, you gather a wealth of insights. Before long, these little observations will feel natural, like glancing in a mirror and instantly knowing your reflection perfectly. Practice regularly, be curious about what you see, and don't be discouraged when it feels awkward at first. Every perceptive master was once a beginner. Once you start to see the world through the sharper lens, your relationships, whether with friends, partners, colleagues, or even strangers, begin to change. Instead of reacting solely to what's being said, you start picking up on what's left unsaid. That's often where real connection hides. For example, you might notice a friend's smile doesn't reach their eyes, hinting at underlying stress or sadness they're not openly talking about. Recognizing these subtle cues allows you to respond with more empathy, kindness, and genuine understanding instead of just surface-level banter. It's like having a secret decoder ring. Suddenly, you understand people's moods and needs better without them having to spell everything out. This depth of awareness feeds into authenticity, making your conversations more meaningful and your presence more impactful. As you develop this skill, you'll find that your ability to connect becomes more natural and less forced. You stop trying to fix or solve every issue and instead just become there for the other person, seeing their real self beneath the words. This results in relationships that feel more real and satisfying because instead of feeling like you're just going through the motions, you're genuinely tuned in. From family dinners to workplace collaborations, the quality of your interactions deepens when you're attuned to the subtle signals that others give off. It's playful, sometimes surprising, and often unpredictable, like discovering a new layer of the human experience every time you pay close enough attention. That's where authentic connection really lives, waiting for you to notice it. Practicing this perceptiveness can be as simple as slowing down and observing without judgment. just seeing what's really happening rather than what you assume should be happening. For instance, when you listen carefully without jumping in with solutions or explanations, you start to notice those tiny moments of hesitation or doubt that reveal the person's true feelings. If you're aware of these, you can respond more thoughtfully, asking a question that invites someone to open up rather than shutting them down. The more you pause to notice these details, the more your interactions become richer and more genuine. Here's a tip. Next time you're in conversation, pay attention to the tiny shifts in body language or tone and ask yourself, what's hidden here? Often, what's unsaid carries the most weight of all. If you've made it here, thank you for showing up for yourself in a world that constantly asks you to numb, shrink, or pretend. You didn't need to be louder, tougher, or faster. You just needed a space to feel seen. And I hope this book gave you that. You've spent long enough carrying quiet pain like it's your burden alone. Let this be the moment you choose to hold yourself with as much compassion as you've held everyone else. Because healing isn't a finish line. It's a way of moving through the world, curious, gentle, awake. You're not behind. You're not broken. You're becoming. With softness and strength, always. Mindful Literary.